Who they think they better than? Ain't no comparison to the so-called black or African American. You can drop the African, keep the American. When we say Aborigine and make their world in, I'm going in the same dirt my ancestors buried in. I come from a god and a goddess, so what that make me? Not even Basquiat can trace me. Not even Van Gogh can paint me. The MC in me is the God MC, equals the God in me. I'm focused in, let my mind be free. You too blind to see. The Jews I give is real, it's been real. These ain't shots, they missiles. All you gonna hear is the whistle. Lyrically, this an execution. My verses start revolutions for my people seeking restitution. Since the beginning, fuck evolution. Or maybe my reality is all a dream. I put it together like I was sewing seams. So it seems this is that audio dopamine. Go against the regime, we put you where nobody can hear you scream. And send you to meet your Elohim. My nigga, this is savage mode. It's something that you can't decode. It started with a spark and I'ma let it explode. I was given the cheat codes that'll let me dump and reload and go through them waves like a fucking torpedo. You dealt the cards of life, I just cut them diamonds with the ace of spades. Y'all scatter like roaches when they facing raid, or vampires when they facing blade. I'm trying to get next to Shireen like I'm getting played. You still stuck as a mental slave. You still stuck in that mental cage. While I'm making easy money, pipping holes in style. This my coming to age. Crowd roaring when I'm coming on stage. And when I'm done, they gonna be cheering my name. Drake Cobbs, and nah, I ain't quit my day job. I spit bars. I really rap on my day off. That's real shit. Just give you some tools you can build with. Aim high even if you still miss. Just keep going. It's a climb to the top. And I'ma keep flowing. Down Lake Shore, I'm Chicagoan. Yeah. You niggas is playing checkers, we playing chess. And nigga, this is checkmate. Dre be the big dog and you just a little bait. You out of Africa and we ain't got the same traits. I'm a God being and we ain't got the same fate. My granny died February 18th and I was born on the same date. The chosen one, the ancestors' chosen son. They gave me the golden gun. One shot, that's a hole in one. From the pyramid of the sun, the poverty point. I don't think you niggas is getting the point. We still here. Who said they made the Aboriginals disappear? Your information's lagging in the rear. All you do is teach fear. We copper-colored with woolly hair. Am I speaking clear? So fuck the nonsense. When I rap, I touch your consciousness. From within is where you get your self-confidence. Let's bring it back to dominance. Ain't no confining us. Gonna bring that wild Indian out of us. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. We still here.
And oh yeah, put that Super 7 in the air. Tell me how you feel it when you feeling up there. When you in the sky breathing rarefied air. When you breathing rarefied air, oh yeah. Put that Super 7 in the air. Tell me how you feeling when you feel it up there. When you in the sky breathing rarefied air. When you breathing rarefied air, oh
just that job theft, that chow mein, that pepper bull, that towel man since sunset in the arc of Wayne. My brain moving like Tao saying, so as above, it's so below. That up and that down thing, this flow is atmospheric. I call that a ground game. See, water is knowledge, so if I'm teaching, you're learning. So how your God make a sun without vortexing current? See the pattern is panic, I'm reaching out for my people. Oh, watch me flow through your speakers, you feel the force of the ethers. And when the force gets the equal, I'm taking off like an eagle. Police popped the pastor yesterday for pushing political. My DNA is Moshe. Mix that thing with higher water. My spirit rate is OTN. It's just a higher order. Got more light than Kavita. Rap a lot just like Tila. Went from sinner to saint. Shout out my big homie Sela. Got more torque than a sports car. Got more work than a door star. And the 4 million I make, I'm giving the Dr. Umar. Oh yeah. Put that Super 7 in the air. Tell me how you feeling when you feeling up there. When you in the sky breathing rarefied air. When you breathing rarefied air, oh yeah. Put that Super 7 in the air. Tell me how you feeling when you feel it up there. When you in the sky breathing rarefied air. When you breathing rarefied air, oh yeah. Super 7 in my rites and ceremonies. I'm married to Jehovah, holy matrimony. Confucius say, in the words of Caillou, before you hit the tomb, be a bridegroom. Only got one question for Miss Susan B. On how to last Ahu when it's now a Angui. Blame my inspiration, I'm just thinking thoughts. But in the way of God's, we gon' keep it short. Why Jesus wanna kill me, Matthew 10:34. Just a couple questions that I'm needing to know. Oh, watch me flow, it's so potent. Set the vortex in motion. Super 7, I'm floating across the Aegean Ocean. Oh, you a Muslim now, so I guess you make it Salah. Well, I'm an Israelite, I'ma make him at the Shabbat. Got Moses on the bumper, super slap off in my spaceship photosphere. So I stay lit, peace and light to the faith is so yeah.
Yeah. Put that Super 7 in the air. Tell me how you feeling when you're feeling up there. When you in the sky breathing rarefied air. When you breathing rarefied air, oh yeah. Put that Super 7 in the air. Tell me how you feeling when you feel it up there. When you in the sky breathing rarefied air. When you breathing rarefied air, oh yeah.
Say I'm hustling and I'm grinding. I'm making moves with my money on my mind, and I can't fall short. No, always keep it 1,000. Slow mo. Say I'm hustling and I'm grinding. I'm making moves with my money on my mind, and I can't fall short. No, always keep it 1,000. Slow mo.
Already coming on the mic all jacked up. Peace to the other Aboriginal, Indigenous, Indians. Shout out to everyone. I try to give everyone a little bit of time to come on in, but maybe somebody else live, I don't know. But anywho, today I just wanted to, tonight rather, I just wanted to do this read. I thought this article was extremely interesting. It's from the Canadian Review of American Studies. So it's pretty much outlining the history that regards how we get to where we are in terms of Africa and why this identity has been put onto us, right? And where these ideas come from and why this is. So, I mean, it should be an interesting little read or whatever. So give me 1 second and I'm gonna go ahead and just get started. Shout out to the one person watching. Thank you to Focus Mind for coming in the chat. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. I'm tired of arguing. You know what I'm saying? Like, let's just get to some information. Okay. All right.
Shout out to the mama chief. Yeah. You be quiet when Big Mama speak. What she gave us is a part of me. It flows through my arteries. Even on that journey, that love grows how to God be. The first to teach us, the first we teach us, the first to heal us, the first mama's boy. Yeah, you know it. Her pride and joy. Soul food. Yeah, you know. I'm an enjoy. You know, calming down. Just by the sound of a voice. They feeling another feeling inside. When they cheering you on, that you gain. And you feeling the pride. You and your siblings fight. She gon' make you put them feelings aside. She can't lead you down the road. Oh God, where you think I get that blissful look in my eyes? I need a side of ice cream with them Mars apple pie. You know for sure for Mama Chief, you know I'ma ride. Cause we all need a Mama Chief. Yeah, we all love a Mama Chief. The greatness, the patience, the foundation, the knowledge passed down so many generations. Our motivation, I just wanna thank you for my creation. Cause we all love our Mama Chiefs. Yeah, we all need a Mama Chiefs. Yeah, we all ride for Mama Chief. The dedication, I seen your tears at my graduation. Now look, Ma, your boy that made it. You the reason I'm one of the greatest. Yeah, cause we all need a Mama Chiefs. Yeah, we all love our Mama Chiefs. Yeah, we all ride for Mama Chief. Now be quiet, let Big Mama speak.
All right, my bad for that little echo. My bad about that. But peace and love to all the Aboriginal Indigenous Indians. Shout out to everybody that's going to come in. Shout out to those who stay, those who don't stay. Just like, share, subscribe. That would be amazing. So let's get to this read real quick. So this is by Tunde Adeleke. And I'm guessing Tunde Adeleke is from Canada, but maybe he's like an African as well. So, you know, this is coming from his perspective as an African and his sources. So this should be an interesting. Hold up, y'all. All right, that sounds better. Okay, this should be an interesting read. So let's go. We're gonna get started because there's a couple other things I wanted to touch on too. I was supposed to come on earlier, but man, I fell asleep. So it is what it is. I fell asleep, and then I woke back up. Had to get my baby girl together. She had slime all over the place. So anyway, let's go. So this is the introduction. In the roots of African American identity, memory, and history in the antebellum free communities, Elizabeth Raoul Bethel identifies two critical events that shaped Black American consciousness and identity in the 19th century. The first was the Haitian Revolution of 1791 to 1804. Which resulted in the overthrow of French plantocratic hegemony by Black slaves. For Blacks in the United States and elsewhere, the revolution represented both a model of political agency and racial achievement that was denied to them, and the potency and possibilities of nationalism in the context of New World experience. It consequently nurtured optimism on the prospect of transcending enslavement. The second was the 1807 to 1808 federal legislation prohibiting ships flying under the U.S. flag from engaging in the importation of slaves. Blacks welcomed this as signaling an end to the long sufferings brought upon Africans by enslavement and the transplantation process. This enthusiastic and joyous response betrayed a growing consciousness of affinity with Africans. The legislation thus induced optimistic expectations about the future of Africa and her descendants abroad, and many Blacks began to envision eventual reunification with a lost African identity. These two developments, according to Bethel, provided fertile psychosocial environments in which memories of the past intersected with realities and opportunities of the moment. The intersection included ambivalent nationalist consciousness, which in turn nurtured an equally ambivalent conception of identity. Blacks saw the anti-slave trade legislation as a positive development that they hoped would terminate the nightmarish experience of dislocation and dehumanization that enslavement and transplantation entailed. The Haitian Revolution exemplified the ultimate potential of New World nationalism. Celebrating these positive developments, however, entailed coming to grips with an existential problem of self-identification. Am I an American or am I a Negro? Can I be both? Consciousness of African ancestry combined with exigencies of the American experience, presents, in Bethel's words, a continuing challenge to identify for African Americans, and never would it be entirely resolved. This challenge mirrored a critical dilemma, that is, double consciousness, that many critics have since defined as the hallmark of Black American identity, a dilemma that entailed critical existential inquiry into the very nature and character of the Black American experience, designed to establish whether or not the American experience could be deemed positive and satisfying. The crucial challenge has been ascertaining how far the American experience has satisfied the yearnings by Blacks for acknowledgement as full-fledged citizens whose interests, aspirations, and values are represented, articulated, advanced, and defended within the framework of the larger society. The absence of a correspondence between the aspirations, interests, and values of Blacks and those of the larger society has been a defining character of Black history and has informed conceptions and perceptions of Black identity. There is, however, an added factor of equal importance in shaping Black American identity: the denial and denigration of the Black historical heritage, ancestry, and experience. Blacks manifested double consciousness of identity from the very earliest of times. Many retained memories of Africa, even while struggling to be acknowledged as Americans. Rationalizing the identity question, who am I, has consumed the attention of Blacks throughout history, and Bethel is right in suggesting that the question may never be satisfactorily answered. Attempting to answer the question has, however, provoked some of the most contentious debates in the annals of the Black experience. Credit for identifying the focus of the modern context of the debate belongs to William E.B. Du Bois, who captured the essence, of the identity dilemma. Commenting on the condition of Blacks, he made the following poignant observation. One ever feels his two-ness, an American, a Negro, two souls, two thoughts, two unreconciled striving, two warring ideals in one dark body. Du Bois portrayed both experiences as vital to the formation of identity and cautioned against sacrificing one for the other, for each possessed intrinsic validity. He conferred both historical reality and permanence to the double consciousness. The historical validation of the notion of double consciousness, however, has not won universal acclaim and acceptance. It remains the subject of intense controversy among scholars precisely because of its bearing on the identity question. The notion of double consciousness is central to modern discourses on Black American identity and responses to its portray conflicting interpretations of identity. At the root of this conflicting perception of identity lies fundamental differences on the significance and relevance of Africa. At the root of this conflicting perception of identity lies fundamental differences on significance and relevance of Africa. Historically, Africa has constituted a challenge to Black Americans because in order to define themselves, they had to deal with the reality of their African background. Child, please. I can't believe they let this lady Bethel publish this. I mean, I guess he got a citer. A fundamental challenge has been to determine whether Blacks are Americans who have completely shed all trappings of their African ancestry, or they are Africans, residents in an alien and hostile environment who somehow managed to retain their Africanness despite centuries of separation from Africa and acculturation in a new world environment. That's interesting. A fundamental challenge has been to determine whether Blacks are Americans who have completely shed all trappings of their African ancestry, or they are Africans residents in an alien and hostile environment, in an alien and hostile environment, who somehow managed to retain their Africanness despite centuries of separation from Africa and acculturation in a new world environment. I don't agree with that. Blacks have responded to this challenge in diverse and conflicting ways. The Afrocentrists, represented by Molefi Asante, former chair of the African American Studies at Temple University, Maulana Karanga, chair of Black Studies, California State University at Long Beach, and Donna Richards, aka Marimba Annie, a professor at Hunter College, proclaimed the centrality of Africa to the construction of Black American identity and insist upon identifying Black Americans as quintessentially Africans. These people, Afrocentricists, de-emphasize plantation and acculturation, suggesting a certain superficiality to Euro-American cultural impact, and, as one critic put it, affirming the purity, homogeneity, and primordiality of African culture influence among Afro-Americans. Howe, 1998. The true Afrocentrist, therefore, is one who has no sense of double consciousness. Afrocentricism presumes the possibility of expelling or submerging one of the warring ideals, the Euro-American. Donna Richards has no scintilla of doubt that Black diasporans are Africans. This is what they think. The retention of Africanism in music, religion, family structure, and burial practices clearly separates Blacks from whites ethnically and culturally, as she writes. And I'm telling you, it's all of these people who wrote this shit in 1980s. They got everybody thinking they African. Africa survives in our Black American spiritual makeup. That is the strength and depth of African spirituality and humanism that has allowed for survival of the African Americans as a distinctive cultural entity in New York. That it is our spirituality and vitality that defines our response to European culture. And that response is universally African. Child. Ooh, hold up. We got to keep going. It's going to get good in a minute. In Afrocentric epistemology, however, Africa is much more than an identity construct. Affirming African identity also represents a strong statement of protest, and few have proclaimed this protest dimension as unambiguously as Amos Wilson. He likens affirmation of the Afrikaan identity to the assumption of a radical posture against injustice, as he pointedly declares, "I love the challenge of being African in today's world. It's wonderful. I love digging in my heels against the impossible odds of being Black in America. What greater challenge could we have in life today than to be Afrikaan?" Africa thus acquires a utilitarian function far beyond representing identity. The zero-sum stance on the African identity of Black Americans that Afrocentrists maintain is deemed by many as grossly reductionist and absolutist. Come on, grossly reductionist. Seriously. Y'all reducing us. W.D. Wright, for instance, does not believe that Blacks are 100% African in character and acknowledges instead the complex cultural, national, and ethnic factors involved in forging the Black American identity. The Afrocentric absolutist stance has provoked a countervailing school that totally rejects Africa and posits instead slavery and the American experience. and the American experience as the more substantive foundations for constructing the Black American identity. This Slavocentric or Americentric perspective is staunchly defended by, among others, the Black American playwright Douglas Turner Ward and former Washington Post Africa Bureau Chief Keith Richburg. In rejecting the Afrocentric identity paradigm, Turner and Richburg advocate de-emphasizing Africa and situating Black American identity within the context of slavery and the American experience. In his magnum opus, Out of America, 1997, Richburg rejects the African identity and strongly implores Black Americans to turn inward to their American experience to validate their identity. Let's read that again. Turner and Richburg advocate de-emphasizing Africa and situating Black American identity within the context of slavery and the American experience. In his magnum opus, Out of America, this came out in 97, Richburg rejects the African identity and strongly implores Black Americans to turn inward to their American experience to validate their identity. In a keynote address to Southern Conference on Afro-American Studies in Baton Rouge, Louisiana in February 95, Ward boldly proclaimed himself a Slavocentric and urged Blacks to locate their identity in the enslavement experience. So, like I said, this article is going to outline people who feel like, hey, you know, our identity is rooted in Afrocentric things for whatever reason. And then they're also going to show people who are against that same notion that, hey, like, look, nigga, we not Africans. That's like, they're trying to put this identity on you, a false identity at that. So this man is writing this in 1997 or whatever year this came out. Imagine, like, they just started doing this Africa shit. Thanks to those biggies and stuff. No worries, OTK, take your time. Shoot, they're gonna be on replay gang anyway. So it's cool. All right, let's keep going. Between the two extremes of Afrocentrism and Slavocentrism. Hold up. So Slavocentrism refers to a worldview or perspective that places Slavic culture, people, and experiences at the center of analysis or discussion. The concept often emerges in cultural, political, and social contexts, emphasizing the significance of Slavic contributions and narratives in history, literature, and identity. Okay. So between the two extremes of Afrocentrism and Slavocentrism lie other conflicting perceptions of identity, including the universalist, humanist, and existentialist. These other perspectives represent attempts to anchor identity to some supposedly neutral ideals and values. The objective of this paper is not to discuss the differences and controversies derived from conflicting perceptions of identity among Black Americans, but to highlight that which is glaringly missing in contemporary discourses on identity, the historical context. As always, they told us we was African based on no historical context, nowhere. Like, since Africa is critical to modern configurations of the identity debate among Black Americans, it seems reasonable to ascertain the depth and strength of the African consciousness of Black Americans by examining how they historically responded to and defined their African connection. Did Africa occupy a central place as Afrocentric epistemology suggests, or was Africa subordinated to a greater identity? How crucial was Africa to Black American conception of identity? What role did Blacks assign to Africa in their struggles? And how did they define themselves in the context of their struggles? Answering these questions require a critical examination of historical antecedents of the current controversies on identity. To answer these questions, I have chosen two critical historical epochs during which Black Americans grappled with the identity question. The first is the moral cessationist epoch, which was essentially integrationalist in its aspiration, and the second, an immigrationist phase, which has been characterized as an essentially separatist nationalist phenomenon. The first is associated with the phase of organized Black abolitionism. The second with the organized quest for an independent Black nationality abroad. Both epochs provide insights into the construction of identity and considerations of the place and relevance of Africa to the process. In the moral cessationist phase, the more neglected of the epochs, the focus will be on the debate and controversies generated by the adoption of moral suasion as an abolition strategy by Black leaders in the 1830s. Moral suasion has often been characterized as a conservative movement whose purpose was to reconcile Blacks to mainstream American values and in the process secure for them the rights and privileges of American citizenship. While it's true that moral suasion is crusade envision integration, the debate it provoked entails spirited arguments on identity. Okay, hold on. Let me back up. Moral suasion has often been characterized as a conservative movement whose purpose was to reconcile Blacks to mainstream American values and in the process secure for them the rights and privileges of American citizenship. That's an interesting thing to say. Let's keep going. While it is true that moral suasion is crusade envisioned integration, the debate it provoked entails spirited arguments on identity sustained by both the need for a consensus on identity and for affirming and realizing that identity. The debate revealed that while moral suasionists shared a consensus on identity, they disagreed sharply on strategies, and most significantly, they deemed the African identity issue as peripheral. In the immigration phase, I will focus on the ideologies, policies, and schemes of leading Black nationalists and immigrationists. Immigration has been defined and studied almost exclusively in the context of nationalism and Pan-Africanism, and Africa featured prominently in this phase. As a nationalist phenomenon, immigration entailed the quest for self-definition and identity. Its underlying impulse developed out of the anguish felt over the seemingly intractable problems of identity and self-knowledge. The rise of immigration inaugurated a national debate from which developed a self-definition that has shaped and continues to shape the identity discourse among Black Americans. As a reform ideology, moral suasion assumed prominence in the 1830s. However, since its motivation and underlying impulse developed against the backdrop of the enslavement experience, a brief examination of slavery and its bearings on identity is pertinent. Okay. Now, let's just keep going on, because the point here is to identify where these ideas come from, why there is such a crisis in identity, and why we are having an issue grappling with identity is because of all of these thoughts, all of these fucking opinions, all of these things that people think, but really no one knows the real tea. The experience of slavery and discrimination impressed on Blacks the necessity for self-definition. In their daily ordeals, Blacks continually confronted certain essential questions. Who are we? Why are we treated differently? These questions grew logically out of the dehumanizing experience of slavery. Blacks searched for answers to these questions, convinced that such answers would not only explain their ordeal, but would also point the way to a clear-cut conception of identity. Knowing and affirming this identity was considered critical to the struggle for freedom. Enslavement entailed the abnegation and destruction of identity, as Slavocrats consciously attempted to purge Blacks of any sense of positive identity, especially one that would negate and compromise the structure and foundation of the institution of slavery. I swear. Ooh. Whether Blacks arrived in America with their African values and identity intact or lost them in the process of transplantation and enslavement, the experiences that they were subjected to on the plantations raised crucial questions of identity. Slavery was built on a denial and negation of the African identity. How? Blacks were enslaved according to pro-slavery ideology because they were primitive and inferior. Slavery thus assumed the character of a civilizing process. The African identity was being Black was considered evil, an identity to be shunned and avoided. The acculturation process that slavery entailed became a medium of being civilized in European values. For slaves, therefore, enslavement became the foundation for a new identity. Though overwhelmed and challenged by this experience, many Blacks retain positive memories of Africa and often evoke Africa in crucial moments of their struggles. Why y'all lying? Africa served as both a rallying point and the basis of self-definition. That is not true. He going off, but this is not true. In the late 18th and 19th centuries, free Blacks in Ohio, Pennsylvania, New York, Massachusetts adopted the name African for their institutions, schools, churches, and fraternal societies, a practice that underscored a growing consciousness of affinity with Africa. All the ones that he said at the beginning that believe this stuff. Slavery nurtured in Blacks what Samuel Du Bois Cook termed a tragic conception of history, contrived to destroy any desire for self-fulfillment. The detribalization or de-Africanization process, which began on slave ships of the Middle Passage, entailed a deliberate process of intermingling slaves of different ethnic and linguistic origins in order to prevent the emergence of any corporate sense of identity that would threaten the stability of slavery. Eric Lincoln provides the following summation of the essence of slavery. History was suspended, and that part out of which status and all relationships derive, and which constitutes the only sure reality in African cosmology, was summarily denied or leached away. American slavery offered no place to be somebody. 1996. Nigga, shut up. The process of discrediting and nullifying the African heritage and introducing self-abnegating consciousness in Blacks intensified on the plantations. Pro-slavery ideologists unleashed a barrage of negative propaganda aimed at controlling the slaves' consciousness. Child. And Leonardo Curry contends white superiority and hence the innate inferiority of Negroes was a concept requiring neither scientific nor theological justification, nor documentation by evidence. It was a given, a timeless verity applicable to all societies and all ages. You what? So you mean to tell me you didn't have to have any evidence? You didn't have to have anything. Oh, they're just inferior, period. Oh. So that's why these people thought that they could just put whatever narrative they wanted on us. I don't believe it. You can't dispel a heritage that you never had. You can't dispel a heritage you never had. To solidify the institution of slavery, slaves had to be made to both acknowledge the poverty of nullity of their backgrounds and internalize consciousness of helplessness and vulnerability that will render them totally dependent on the masters for almost anything, including self-definition and identity. Slavery was thus sustained by what Charles Mills terms a racial contract, one that establishes racial polity, a racial state, and a racial judicial system, where the status of whites and non-whites is clearly demarcated, whether by law or custom. And the purpose of this state is inter alia, specifically to maintain and reproduce the racial order, securing the privileges and advantages of the full white citizens and maintaining the subordination of non-whites. Fortunately or unfortunately, depending on your status, this partition social ontology, this universe divided between persons and racial sub-persons, did not function as expected, for masters never achieved the total domination they sought over slaves. Despite the slave owners' efforts to attain total control and regulation of slave lives, slaves were able to develop their own world that was influenced but by no means totally controlled by the slaveholders' regime. Though some blacks internalized self-abnegating values and became good slaves, many others rebelled, becoming what Kenneth Stamp terms troublesome property. For the latter, and indeed the burgeoning black leadership class, the challenge of self-definition and asserting and affirming an identity became a daily preoccupation. Convinced of their American identity, black leaders sought avenues of affirming this identity. They embraced moral suasion as a means of establishing both their belonging to America and their compatibility with traditional American values and ideals. So it's like this article is highlighting people who believe that everybody is from Africa and that we're from Africa, but then you got people also who were on the back end like, no, our experience needs to be rooted and examined from the basis of an American experience, not the notion that we are some type of African. So it's like it's showing both sides. So when y'all listening, just try to discern that it's like you got one side that's talking about one, he got to cover both sides. You got to cover both sides. I don't agree with all of it. So, I just thought it was interesting, to hear, this person's perspective and also why these things come to be. Let's talk about moral suasion. By 1830, the year that blacks inaugurated the convention movement and the beginning of organized black abolitionism, it had become clear to perceptive blacks that violent claims to or any radical malicious affirmations of American identity was suicidal. By 1830, the year that blacks inaugurated the convention movement and the beginning of organized black abolitionism, it had become clear to perceptive blacks that violent claims to or any radical militant affirmations of American identity was suicidal. Black leaders perceived America as a nation rife with racism and bigotry, seemingly determined to keep blacks permanently outside of the orbit of citizenship. However, the surge of reform movements in the North and Northeast inspired hope and optimism. The years 1825 through 1835 witnessed the rise and development of the Second Great Awakening, during which liberals and reform-minded whites in New York and New England launched religious evangelical crusades aimed at radically transforming American society. Slavery came under close scrutiny and criticism. What's up, ex St. Louis Milestone Thoughts? What's up, Goddess Centurion Atlantean? What's up, OTK? Whenever you're ready. Utilizing the weapon of moral suasion, these reformers, Charles G. Finney of New York, Benjamin Lundy of Baltimore, James Birney of Alabama, and Lyman Beecher of New England, endeavored to change society for the benefit of all, regardless of racial ethnic backgrounds, convinced that societal evils resulted not from any innate deficiencies or inabilities in human beings, but from moral shortcomings, deficiencies that, in their judgment, individuals possessed the moral power to overcome. As Gerald Soren writes, they believed in a new, more immediate relation between man and God and man and his fellow creatures, one that emphasized perfectibility rather than inability, activity rather than passivity, benevolence rather than piety. The reformers exuded faith in the individual's capacity to both attain perfection and actively and positively transform society, and consequently, they conferred on the individual a moral responsibility to partake in changing and redressing societal wrongs. Rejecting the orthodox Calvinism, they minimized original sin and preached instead the doctrine of free will. Sin was voluntary, and thus every individual could do good and become godly. Peace and love to everyone. Wait a minute. Shout out to y'all. I seen the people coming in and out, y'all. Yeah, but I just wanted, I wanted to read this article. I found it very, very. I'm glad you caught it. I'm glad you're able to understand the reading so far. Peace and love to Richard Neal Bay. What's up, ex St. Louis? Yep. Hold up. Yeah, thank y'all for coming in. So I'm gonna keep it going because there is another read I want to do too. I want to read some of that Myth of the Negro Past because Melville Herskovich tried it too. So hold up, y'all. Yep, hold up, let me read your comment. You said, wow, Cherie, speaking of great awakenings, there's a channel I was watching a month or so ago that was building on all of that, and we are repeating history. We are currently in another great awakening. Ooh, hold up. I hope y'all doing good tonight. I hope y'all doing very, very good. Give me 1 second. I'm going to take a slight little girls break. I want to get a bottle of water real quick, and then I'm gonna come back and I'm gonna finish up. I'm gonna get to at least 20 pages, and then I'm gonna move on to the Myth of the Negro Past, which is that's a little bit more of a shorter read, but I kind of really wanted to highlight like these ideas around Africanism and why they're putting this shit on us. Yes, thank you. Because me and OTK was supposed to rock and do some stuff, but hey, I'm not tripping. I said I'll go ahead because I fell asleep, so it's my fault. We supposed to do something earlier, but y'all know how that shit be. Thank you guys. Give me 1 second. Let me pull it back up. Because I noticed it be echoing. I don't know why it's doing it though. It should not be echoing. All right. So let's keep going. We're still on page 10. And then I'm going to move on to the other one. Okay. The growth of religious evangelism restores some optimism in Blacks. Instead of folding their arms in resignation or succumbing to fatalistic ethos or even escaping to Canada or some safe haven abroad, Blacks were encouraged to immerse themselves in the reform movement. The movement offered hope for the eventual resolution of the identity problem. As white abolitionists, including William Lloyd Garrison, Arthur Tappan, his brothers Louis Tappan, Simeon S., Joyce Saline, Benjamin Lundy, and John Greenleaf Whittier, armed themselves with the weapon of moral suasion and nonviolence and mounted frontal attacks against slavery. Blacks invoked the long-tried traditions of self-help, cooperative activities, and economy that has shaped the reform efforts of the 18th century free Blacks in New York and Pennsylvania. They officially launched the convention movement and proclaimed moral suasion their guiding principle. Since the prevailing ideology exalted the individual, Blacks individually and collectively became actively energized and envisioned themselves as a people with a role to play in reforming American society. They hoped to accomplish this by first changing their communities with the weapon of moral suasion. Moral suasion became the underlying ideology of the Black Convention movement, and the convention itself provided the forum for further debate in moral suasion. In moral suasion, Blacks found an ideology they hoped could reform their communities peacefully, while convincing whites to accept Blacks as full-fledged citizens of the United States. A debate on the moral suasion ensued, inspired by the desire to affirm and secure a cherished identity, becoming full-fledged American citizens. Blacks saw themselves as special Americans, dedicated to the spirit of American liberty as few others were. They were not alienated Americans, even though for them American society was alienating. They were not discouraged Americans, even though the racial restrictions were discouraging. They were committed Americans, determined to improve the country's treatment of its people. In September of 1830, free Blacks took the momentous step towards organizing and deliberating on how to change their condition. They convened in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, and officially launched the Negro Convention movement. The need for organized efforts by Blacks can be traced to John Roosworm's clarion called to Blacks in the founding edition of the Freedom's Journal in 1827. Roosworm was Jamaican born and the first Black to graduate from an American college, Baldwin College. As the first Black newspaper published in the United States, Freedom's Journal editorialized in its maiden issue on the importance of unity among Blacks and on the need for Blacks to articulate and defend their interests and causes. Although Roosworm and his co-editor Samuel Cornish emphasized journalistic articulation of Black interests, by the late 1820s, the rising tide of anti-Black sentiments and pogroms induced other Black leaders to acknowledge the need for a more organized movement. The precipitating factor was the outbreak of anti-Black violence in Cincinnati, Ohio in 1829. Alarmed by the sudden increase in the free Black population of the city, whites decided to enforce the provisions of the Ohio Black Code, which required free Blacks to post a bond of $500 as a guarantee of good behavior and providence. Violence erupted, compelling many free Blacks to flee the city. The resurgence of violence, not only in Cincinnati, but in other cities such as New York, Philadelphia, Boston, Charleston, Pittsburgh, Washington, Baltimore, and Providence, impressed on Blacks the need for some organized response, and they launched the convention movement in 1830. Between 1830 and 1835, Blacks met at 5 different conventions to deliberate on how best to deal with the problems of racism, marginalization, and rejection. Several studies underscore the centrality of identity to convention movements. Bethel describes the convention as the first mass civil rights movement in the United States. By the 1880s, the vast majority of Black Americans were American born. By the 1800s, the vast majority of Black Americans were American born, with few recollections of Africa. Whatever knowledge or consciousness existed of Africa was colored by pro-slavery propaganda and values, which served to alienate many Blacks from the continent. Africa was not a place to cherish or a source of identity. Many Blacks consequently perceived themselves as negative Americans or alien Americans. People denied any positive self-definition and knowledge. Richard Wright. Anyway, the need to define themselves and assert to an identity became a central focus of the Black abolitionist crusade. Although brought together by the desire to organize and fight back in the face of overwhelming adversity, the platform that Black abolitionists produced betrayed strong integrationist aspirations. Though some Blacks embraced immigration, colonization as avenues of escaping the ugly and harsh realities of their lives, the vast majority refused to give up. Delegates overwhelmingly rejected and condemned colonization, immigration, and invoked passages of the Constitution and Declaration of Independence in justification of their claims to American citizenship. Most Blacks deemed colonization or permanent relocation to another country as an anathema, a tantamount to voluntarily relinquishing claims to an American identity. Yeah. What's that, Free Pop? Good to see you in the chat. Whoa, 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 whoa. Peace and love, MTK.
Peace and blessings, sis. What's happening?
Nothing. Just doing this little read real quick. It's called Who Are We? Africa and the Black Identity Problem. And just talking about, just issues in identity and where that shit comes from. And I thought it was a little interesting read. I'm probably just gonna go for like a few more pages and then I was gonna move on to the myth of the Negro past, because it's like almost spewing some of the same sentiments, but not really.
Go ahead, sis. Continue on.
But yeah, so that's what I'm trying to, just talking about this because I just think it's interesting. That's all. But I want to reread that last paragraph too, because it's like the way he writing it, it's like you gotta be able to discern. So I'm gonna read that again. So it says, although brought together by the desire to organize and fight back in the face of overwhelming adversity, the platform that Black abolitionists produced betrayed strong integrationalist aspirations. Though some Blacks embraced immigration, colonization as avenues of escaping the ugly and harsh realities of their lives, the vast majority refused to give up. Delegates overwhelmingly rejected and condemned colonization, immigration, and invoked passages of the Constitution and Declaration of Independence in justification of their claims to American citizenship. Most Blacks deemed colonization or permanent relocation to another country as an anathema, a tantamount to voluntarily relinquishing claims to an American identity. So that means basically what they are saying is that in a nutshell, they had to use, they had to really make them look at the Constitution and the Declaration of Independence so that they can understand that we are citizens just as much as anyone else. Like this whole thing denying our citizenship has just really been something that has been going on for such a long time. And like it's still continuing to go on when they vote on it every 60 years. So I mean, I just find that very interesting, because claiming another place, like this thing is saying, you're relinquishing claims to an American identity ultimately. Peace, Clay Governor L. Peace, Jews. Hey,
Correct, sis. So that's why I tell you, boy, these people who claiming African American, putting African first, boy, y'all ass could get extradited.
Yep.
They don't believe me though. I keep trying to tell them. They don't believe me, but hey, it is what it is. Let them keep on claiming it.
Yep.
Go ahead.
The rising tide of anti-Black violence notwithstanding, many Blacks retain strong faith in potency of moral suasion to bring about meaningful change. Blacks hope to transcend the boundaries created by slavery and to identify as American citizens with all the accompanying rights and privileges. In Philadelphia, for example, the city with the largest concentration of free Blacks in the country, Blacks remain convinced that although the path to acceptance and accomplishment in America was strewn with obstacles, it was the road to be taken. To achieve this end, however, Blacks had to subscribe to and inculcate values and goals that mainstream society identified as constituting the distinguishing characteristics of being American. Industry, thrift, economy, education, moral uprightness. These values became the constituent elements of moral suasion, as can be seen from the Declaration, which emerged from the Second Convention in Philadelphia in 1832. We yet anticipate the moral strength of this nation, a final redemption from those evils that have been illegitimately entailed on us as a people. We yet expect by due exertions on our part to acquire a moral and intellectual strength that will upshaft the commonest, darts of adversaries, and present to the world a general character that they will feel bound to respect and admire. In the first 5 national conventions, Blacks embraced moral suasion, convinced that the cultivation of its values will lead to full American citizenship. And these people ain't got no morality. Moral suasion was a crusade for identity in a country where Blacks were denied identity in the Constitution and in practice. They were either slaves or free Blacks, but not citizens, not Americans. The establishment, in effect, imposed a Slavocentric construction of identity on Blacks who were deemed acceptable only as slaves or in subordinate positions. In fact, many pro-slavery preachers affirmed that Blacks had been chosen and set aside for providence for enslavement. Rejecting this restrictive Slavocentric mood became the preoccupation of the early Black conventionists. One can surmise that Black abolitionism was a search for both freedom and identity. Even if free, the life experiences of Blacks was still very much shaped by the fact of belonging to a race for whom enslavement was deemed appropriate. The language in here, it's written by someone from Canada. So the language is not going to, I gave that disclaimer at the beginning. You guys just came in. But yeah, the language here is just, it's interesting. I wanted to read something from another perspective because I know oftentimes, we always read things according to our perspective. But I always say, like, when we look at it from different angles, we can kind of understand why people got the perceptions that they do and why these things have come about. But I think I like that he highlighted that people was against this Afrocentric identity, that people were not trying to hop onto that identity, that this is something that was ultimately placed on us as something that's a factual way to describe, our whole essence, our whole being. And I think that that's where the problem come in at. So, So oftentimes, we just gotta yeah, know how to be able to, you know. Anyway, rejecting this restrictive Slavocentric mood became the preoccupation of the early Black conventionists. One can surmise that Black abolitionism was a search for both freedom and identity. Even if free, the life experience of Blacks was still very much shaped by the fact of belonging to a race for whom enslavement was deemed appropriate. Moral suasion became the weapon for breaking out of this Slavocentric identity and affirming an American identity. The consensus among Blacks on the desirability of the American identity was unique in this period. There was hardly any Black person who did not envision or desire to become an American citizen in the practical sense of it. Hold up, y'all. Yeah, he wrote that. He wrote that Blacks were either free Blacks or slaves. So he also has other, like you, you see on the other side. Yeah, that's not yet.
The reason why that's crazy because in this literature, it's not language now. When it is language, but this is literature. That Black is crazy.
Yeah.
When I'm reading in here, you know what I mean? Man.
Yeah, and this is how other people.
That's crazy. But go ahead, sis.
You know, shoot, it's not how I see it. You know what I'm saying? But this is how other people see it. And I just thought it was an interesting article. That's all. You know, sometimes you don't, like I said, y'all, we don't always have to agree with it, and we're not supposed to agree with everything. Okay. Yeah, I dropped the link for Cosmon.
Yeah. Me and him was on the phone when he went live. I was like, yo, come on, bro, let's go. We got to support the sister. But we also on another channel too, on another Creator Gang channel to Daryl Cosmon. So we split. Go ahead, sis. You good?
Hey, everybody from Cosmon channel, yes. Period. You still love Cosmon. Hey, Beast, your stuff not connected. You might gotta go out and come back in. Or was you dropping something in the private chat? Oh, okay. He was just dropping something.
Love, light, balance out there to my baby sis Sharice. What up, dog?
Yes, peace and love, family.
You already know, man. Has to come over there, chop it up with you real quick, man. What you building on?
Woo, I had to take a little sip of water. Let me go back up. I'm on page 14. I'm about to read one more page of this. And then I'm going to move on to the myth of the Negro past.
Okay.
Only because that's a little short. But we're going to go over that. But see, ultimately, it's this whole thing around an identity, right? Because we got a bunch of people in history telling us why we African and where this shit comes from. So I'm just like reading it from someone else's perspective. So like, you know, just so people can get an understanding of why they think this shit in the first place. So it's like, this is called Who Are We? Africa and the Problem of Black Identity. So it's just highlighting the issues, like everything that's transpired, why, you know, this whole thing is encapsulated, like this identity, you know, this whole issue surrounding it. And even down to even becoming citizens and shit. All of it, you know, it plays a major role in how we view and how we are viewed, if that makes any sense. So
and this coming from Canada, from Canada Review of American Studies. Okay. Okay.
So I thought that it was because it came from.
Hey, Papua asked a question.
Let me look. Can I drop the link to
Papua asked a question.
I'll drop it.
We are talking assets here. There is no such thing as a human asset. A trustee will laugh at you.
Yeah, because he didn't like that property comment that was made.
Hold on. So y'all agree with that? Y'all don't think a human was an asset?
I'm talking about when we talk about filing paperwork, like a trust. You think humans were placed in the trust as an asset?
No. I'm talking about what this is pertaining to this work right here. They're talking about people who, and they're looking at them as assets because of what they're claiming.
No, asset is different. I think when he's talking about human, that's why he said trustee. I'm thinking he's thinking about like being an asset in terms of property, in terms of slavery.
Where a human is an asset then, because a human was the first property, right?
Am I wrong? Maybe I'm misunderstanding.
No,
We
no,
can
no.
go to
No,
links.
I agree. I
No,
agree.
I mean, let me see. No, I'm talking about free pap. Damn, I don't know if that link gonna work. I might gotta put your email in there. All right, so what are you saying?
You asking me, sis? No, I was just
No.
asking doing this slavery thing is, oh, he talking federal law. All right. So it's a big difference between federal and state law. We see what they was doing in these states separate from the federal.
Link. All right, I got you. Give me 1 second.
But I got you, free Papool. I got you. I understand what you're saying. Yeah, I got you.
Yeah, because he's talking about something that I
But he
already
said a human is not an asset in federal law. But is a human an asset in state law during this time that we're talking about? 1800s.
Hell yeah.
Thank you. So we can't be talking about before this when we're talking about what's going on right now. At this time that's going on. So we got to stick with the information of what's going on right now. In federal law, how can you claim human property? Well, I'll be damned. Did he not see these court cases with people claiming human property? Indentured servitude is claiming human property, bro. You indentured to me. You're my property. I have to care for you. I have to take care of you because you're my property. Now, let's just take it out of slavery. Let's just say apprenticeship. There was people sending their kids away for years to other people to learn their apprenticeship to come back. When those people left and they went to those people, they was their people property. They was their property.
See you later, Shamil. Go ahead. I was just saying see you later.
But go ahead though. I'll leave that alone. Go ahead, sis.
Who said? Yeah, okay. No worries, because I'm about to finish this page, so I'm gonna move on to that bigot real quick. But anyway, prominent leaders. Hold up. Where was I at? The consensus among Blacks on the desirability of the American identity was unique in this period. There was hardly any Black person who did not envision or desire to become an American citizen in the practical sense of it. Prominent leaders such as William Whipper and the Reverend Lewis Woodson spearheaded the moral suasionist crusade and strongly asserted their claims to American identity. In consonance with the dictates of moral suasion, they acknowledged that the denial of American identity to Blacks was largely due to shortcomings in the Black condition, that is situational deficiency, and they declared a commitment to addressing those deficiencies. Race was not considered a significant factor. In defining themselves, Black leaders espoused an ideology that emphasized the possibility of attaining American identity. Although oppressed, alienated, and marginalized, Blacks felt they had a lot in common with whites and worked hard to bridge the gap. The crusade for moral suasion symbolized an affirmation of American identity, a determination to be fully American, and a demonstration of compatibility with classic American traditions and values. Moral suasion was as much an explanation for Black subordination as affirmation of identity. It was an integrative and optimistic ideology that was influenced by faith in the potency of universal values that supposedly impacted humanity uniformly, regardless of race. Progress was defined as the triumph of those values, values which would eventually acquire for Blacks the long denied American identity. The first three conventions were held in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, and the proceedings and declarations emphasized the primacy and efficacy of moral suasion. Blacks pledged to embrace the values of industry, economy, thrift, and moral uprightness. Controversy surfaced at the 14th Convention in 1834 in New York. According to one source, disagreement developed between the New York and Pennsylvania leadership over moral suasion. The more radical and race-conscious New York leadership began to question the efficacy of moral suasion. To prevent a radical change in the focus of the convention, the venue was quickly moved back to Pennsylvania the following year. The 1835 convention, the last of the early national conventions, created the framework for propagating moral suasion in the American Moral Reform Society. The founding of this society underscored the determination of Blacks to become full-fledged Americans through peaceful character reform. William Whipper became the spiritual leader of the moral suasion crusade. Information on Whipper's early life is sparse. Born in 1804 in Little Britain, Lancaster County, Pennsylvania, by 1828 he had settled comfortably in Pennsylvania and had become one of the most successful Black businessmen in the state. Though victimized by prevailing climate of racism, Whipper, undoubtedly influenced by his economic success, developed strong faith in the potency of industry to break through racial barriers. Imbued with a strong sense of identity as an American, Whipper believed that the denial of American citizenship to Blacks was only temporary, and moral suasion would allow them to become fully integrated. He assumed the responsibility of providing Blacks with ideological guidance, believing strongly that character reform would satisfactorily resolve the problem of Black identity. For Whipper, the resolution of the question of whether Blacks were Americans or not lay in certain divinely given universal ideals. Though human destiny and the relationship between individuals and among groups are shaped by the functioning of those ideals, identity in Whipper's estimation is very much influenced by behavioral inclinations. Blacks had, I don't like this language. Blacks had a choice in determining how they defined themselves, and most importantly, how others responded to and perceived the self-definition. Underlining the universalist conviction, Whipper fully embraced the Garrisonian perception. My country is the world, my countrymen are all mankind, and he presented himself as being colorblind, seeing every human being as a brethren. With this outlook, Whipper conceived of Black subordination as a result first of the failure of Blacks to live up to the dictates of moral suasion, and second, of the refusal by the entire society to fully embrace and live according to those universal ideals. Once these deficiencies were remedied, the problem of Black identity would itself become resolved. The barriers separating the races would disappear, and whites would acknowledge Blacks as fellow citizens. Whipper proclaimed God's moral ethics as the foundation on which to build the Black struggle. The notion of God's moral ethics underlined his belief in a universal standard based on the idea of one God, one humanity. Black leaders accepted the notion of an overriding divine moral order, one that mandated a uniform standard of morality for humanity, regardless of race or geographical location. As a strong believer in universalism, Whipper maintained that virtues and morality, rather than the color of the skin or some other primordial factor, should differentiate people. These moral and virtuous qualities resulted from adherence to divinely established universal moral standards. One concept dominated his thought: reason. He described reason as the noblest of all goals that brings man closer to God. Reason allows human beings to transcend physical inflictions that are offspring of passion. For example, pains and griefs resulting from racism and slavery. Reason is a weapon for neutralizing the painful and crippling effects of slavery. It generates stoical quality in human beings, enabling them to ignore and transcend earthly pains and suffering. It also motivates people to seek solutions in some higher than human power, God's moral power. Whipper challenged humanity to perfect its reasoning capacity and to move closer to God, a situation that would instantaneously neutralize all the physical pain and suffering associated with slavery, racism, societal inequities, and other forms of inhumanity. Government actions and policies would be transformed as they would bear the imprints of divinity, resulting in universal peace and love. Oh, this sounds wonderful, but that's not real. I mean, he had a good idea. I mean, he had a positive outlook, if you will, but you know, obviously, from what we can look at today, we can see that that's not realistic. Though Whipper acknowledged the existence of discrimination, his explanation of it pointed not to racial policies of particular individuals, but to humanity's deviation from the path of reason. To be guided by reason, he opined, was to be propelled by love, eventuating in universal peace and harmony. Color became irrelevant as a factor in the denial of American citizenship to blacks, since the key problem emanated from moral failures. The preferred solution tended to de-emphasize race. Racial distinctions and prejudices originated, according to Whipper, in the spirit of selfishness, cultivated and sustained by a religious and moral delinquency in principle, in utter disregard of the divine will, in every element that is calculated to cement the interests of society in one universal brotherhood. He rejected the notion of a racially exclusive movement because he believed that once reason prevailed, blacks would attain American citizenship. Society would become colorblind, and black identity as Americans would be an acknowledged fact. Whipper's ideas and convictions provoked angry responses from blacks who felt that race and racism occupied prominent places in the struggle. In the struggle for identity, some blacks and whites share separate paths and experiences. The black struggle ought to reflect this separation. Those who espouse this view urge blacks to adopt a clear conception of the self that reflected divergence from whites. Blacks were not Americans and could never become fully American until universalism was abandoned and the distinct experience and identity of both races was acknowledged. In order to become fully American, blacks must first begin acknowledging racial and cultural distinctiveness. Those who advocated this separatist perspective belonged to the more radical New York leadership group, including the likes of Samuel Cornish, William Hamilton, and Samuel Hardenberger. Despite their desires for reform, these leaders disassociated themselves from Whipper's universalism. Yeah, I kind of agree, because nigga, what? Like, what? Nigga, crazy as hell. Cornish called upon the Moral Reform Society to evolve a clear-cut and definite plan to identify concrete goals and develop a definite strategy for attaining them, rather than engaging in what he perceived as a spurious and deceptive universalism that was destined to influence nobody. The problems of the poor, prescribed, downtrodden, and helpless people deserve more time and effort. Cornish observed that some people occupy comfortable positions sustained by exploitation and subordination of others. Universalism blurred both this reality and its fundamentally racial character. Cornish's newspaper, The Colored American, pushed for a racially exclusive strategy and ideology. Whipper denounced separatism as a measure destined to erode the moral legitimacy of the reform movement and implored blacks as members of the human family to join force with whites in the quest for a better society. Cornish disagreed and accused the Moral Reform Society of assuming national responsibilities instead of zeroing in on critical black problems. Putting it bluntly, he charged Whipper with endeavoring to elevate whites to neglect of the blacks. Whipper was endeavoring to elevate whites to the neglect of blacks. and also make blacks beasts of burden by placing the entire nation on their shoulders. Beast of burden by placing the entire nation on their shoulders. He proposed a redefinition of the society's mission to emphasize issues pertaining solely to the prescribed colored people. It should be emphasized that Cornish was not opposed to the American identity. He equally cherished this identity and believed that blacks were entitled to it as whites. He, however, disagreed with Whipper on strategy. I find that very, very interesting. Universalism. That's a nice thing, but man, us being in peace and harmony. I wish. Okay. So let's move along here. So what y'all think about that a little bit before I move on? If y'all still there. Okay.
Yeah, I'm still here, sis. Go ahead.
No, I was just saying, I was trying to get your thoughts because I'm about to move along.
Let me ask you a question, sis. If you go to a bank and you're trying to get a loan or something, don't they base that loan on you?
Definitely.
So is that not a human asset?
Are you asking me, is a loan a human asset?
Oh, no. Listen what I said. Yeah, I'm getting to that. But when you go into a bank and you ask for a loan, you're asking for a loan on your face, on who you are. Yeah, you might have to provide some documents, but you're still being backed, right? By you, a human asset, right? A promissory note. Let's put it that way.
Okay.
That they talk about. A promissory note is backed on a human asset, right? It's backed on you. Correct?
Yeah, that's the promise that you'll pay. Mm-hmm.
All right, then. So you mean to tell me they just thought about that when they started this that right there? Or they been being back off of human assets?
I mean,
don't nothing just start from nothing. Everything start from something. So I just asked you that question just so for Papua, but everything good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
There's no such thing as a slave loan. You crazy as shit. You ever been a slave owner? Because if it wasn't no such thing as a slave loan, you forgot what Abraham told him? If y'all free y'all slaves, I'll pay y'all for everyone y'all did. Everyone y'all release.
Very happy with some proof.
Yeah. Shit, I just did. Shit, I just did.
All right, y'all. So let's get into this. So I'm sure most of y'all are familiar with the myth of the Negro past by Herkovich. So I just wanted to go over a little bit of this. It's not a lot. The significance of Africanisms. The myth of the Negro past is one of the principal supports of race prejudice in this country. Unrecognized in its efficacy, it rationalizes discrimination in everyday contact between Negroes and whites, influences the shaping of policy where Negroes are concerned, and affects the trends of research by scholars whose theoretical approach, methods, and systems of thought presented to students are in harmony with it. Where all its elements are not accepted, no conflict ensues, even when, as in popular belief, certain tenets run contrary to some of its component parts, since its acceptance is so little subject to question that contradictions are not likely to be scrutinized too closely. The systems is thus to be regarded as mythological in the technical sense of the term, for, as will be made apparent, it provides the sanction for deep-seated belief which gives coherence to behavior. This myth of the Negro past, which validates the concept of Negro inferiority, may be outlined as follows. Negroes are naturally of a childlike character and adjust easily to the most unsatisfactory social situations, which they accept readily and even happily, in contrast to the American Indians who preferred extinction to slavery. Do you hear this? 2. Only the poor stock of Africa was enslaved. The more intelligent members of the African communities raided, having been clever enough to elude the slavers' nets. Number 3, since the Negroes were brought from all parts of the African continent, spoke diverse languages, represented greatly differing bodies of custom, and as a matter of policy, were distributed in the New World so as to lose tribal identity, no least common denominator of understanding of behavior could have possibly been worked out by them. 4, even granting enough Negroes of a given tribe had the opportunity to live together and that they had the will and ability to continue their customary modes of behavior, the cultures of Africa were so savage and relatively so low in the scale of human civilization that the apparent superiority of European customs as observed in the behavior of their masters would have caused, and actually did cause, them you give up such aboriginal it actually did cause them you give up such aboriginal traditions as they may otherwise have desired to preserve. The Negro is thus a man without a past. Naturally, there have been reactions against this point of view, and in such works as Carter Woodson's The African Background Outline and W.E.B. Du Bois' Black Folk, Then and Now, serious attempts have been made to comprehend this entire picture of the Negro, African, and the New World in this historical and functional setting. And still, another category of those who disagree with this system are writers whose reactions, presented customarily with little valid documentation, center attention on Africa principally to prove that Negro culture can take its place among higher civilizations of mankind. Scientific thought has for some time abjured attempts at the comparative evaluation of cultures so that these works are significant the psychology of interracial conflict than as contributions to serious thought. They are, in essence, a part of the literature of polemics, and such need to be given little attention here. It must also be recognized that not every writer who has made statements of the type outlined above has accepted, or if he has accepted, has stressed all the elements in the system, and the popular opinion often underscores the African character of certain aspects of the behavior of Negroes, emphasizing the savage and exotic nature of the presumed carryovers. Yet, on the intellectual level, a long line of trained specialists have reiterated in whole or in part the assumptions concerning the Negro past that have been sketched. As a consequence, diverse as are the contributions of these writers in approach, method, and materials, they have, with but few exceptions, contributed to the perpetuation of the legend concerning the quality of Negro Aboriginal endowment and its lack of stamina under contact. Yet, on the intellectual level, a long line of trained specialists have reiterated in whole or in part the assumptions concerning the Negro past that have been sketched. As a consequence, diverse as are the contributions of these writers in approach, method, and materials, they have, with but few exceptions, contributed to the perpetuation of the legend concerning the quality of Negro Aboriginal endowment and its lack of stamina under contact. Though the historical relationship between the present-day Negroes of the United States and Africa admits of no debate, there is little scientific knowledge of what has happened to this African cultural heritage in the New World. Statements bearing on the absence or the retention of Africanisms, even though these are drawn out of differing degrees of familiarity with patterns of Negro life in this country, share one character in common. That is, their authors, whether lay or scholarly, not only are unencumbered by first-hand experience with African civilizations involved, but the majority of them know or at all utilize but few, if any, of the works wherein these cultures are described, while such works as are cited in documentation are commonly the older sources, which today are of little scientific value. Scholarly opinion presents a fairly homogeneous conception as to African survivals in the United States. On the whole, specialists tend to accept and stress that view that Africanisms have disappeared as a result of the pressures exerted by the experience of slavery on all Aboriginal modes of thought or behavior. We know today that the analysis of African survivals among the Negroes of the United States involve far more than the commonly attempted correlation of traits of Negro behavior in this country with Aboriginal tradition in Africa itself. On the contrary, such an analysis to be adequate requires a series of intermediate steps. A knowledge of tribal origins of the Negroes of this country is indispensable if the variation in custom found among the tribes from which the African ancestry was drawn is to be properly evaluated. And this is the more to be desired. Since almost all those who write of the Negro make a capital point of this variation in terms of the African continent as a whole. However, rather than that of the relatively restricted area from which the slaves were predominantly derived, an analysis of the slave trade as revealed in contemporary documents and in African traditions to give us knowledge of any selection it may have exercised and the reaction of the slaves to their status is similarly essential. The mechanisms of adjusting the newly arrived Africans to their situation as slaves and the extent to which these operated to permit the retention of old habits or to force to be taken over the new modes of behavior, or to make for a mingling of old patterns and newly experienced alternatives, and must be understood as thoroughly as the data will permit. Nor any investigation on these lines confine itself to the United States alone, for in any methodological caution has emerged from exploratory research. It is the knowledge of the Negro cultures of the Caribbean islands and of Latin America is indispensable. The matter has been well put by Phillips. As regards Negro slavery in the history of the West Indies is inseparable from that of North America. In them, the plantation system originated and reached its greatest scale, and from the institution of slavery was extended to the continent. The industrial system on these islands, and particularly on those occupied by the British, is accordingly instructive as an introduction and a parallel to the continental ragtime. From the point of view of the study of Africanisms, Also, it is important to know the variation in Negro customary behavior, traditions, and beliefs over the entire New World, as it is to understand the variation in ancestral cultures of Africa itself. For only against such a background can be student project a clear picture of what has resulted from differing historical experiences that constitute the essential control in the research procedure. And only with this background mastered are those mores of Negro life in the United States, which deviate from majority sanctions to be realistically analyzed. Wow. So the study of Africanisms ultimately is the reason is why they're comparing it to us. I don't know about that. I don't know about that. I do not know about that. Hold on, y'all.
Say I'm hustling, and I'm grinding. I'm making moves with my money on my mind, and I get my money on my mind, and I always show. Keep it down, slow mo. Say I'm hustling, and I'm grinding. I'm making moves with my money on my mind, and I get my money on my mind, and I always show. Keep it down, slow mo, slow mo. Say I'm hustling, and I'm grinding. I'm making moves with my money on my mind, and I can't fall short. Always keep it down, slow mo. Say I'm hustling, and I'm grinding. I'm making moves with my money on my mind, and I can't fall short. Always keep it down, slow mo.
Yes, y'all. Peace and love to all the Aboriginal Indigenous Indians. Shout out to my brother OTK. Thank y'all so much. And shout out to my brother Cosmo for supporting the kid. I'm not doing too much.
I mean, hey, listen, man. Hey, sis. Hey, Papu, hit the link, man. Hit the link. Because all this text, yeah, but all this texting and shit, man. But I always see he always negative against, he always got something to say. So I want him to hit the link so I can truly understand where he's coming from. I mean, he talking about banks in America. Banks in America, the ones that wasn't funded from other countries are no more. We know what happened to these places. These banks now are funded by other countries. They'll tell you, yeah, your money they lend out and all that. No. It's the people who got portfolios at these goddamn banks. And now he talking about a slave bank. You see how these people be moving the football. I said the slave was a human asset. That's what this started at. Now you done played all this Charlie Brown shit. You done played Lucy like a mug. Stop playing Lucy. Come on here and tell me what you see. You hit the link when I find you that slave bank. Well, according to what they said, wouldn't Tulsa be free slaves? Supposedly, that started their own community, but we know who it was. But don't they say that?
Who you talking to? Free Papool?
Yeah, wasn't those freedmen's?
That nigga just be he a chat room warrior.
Yeah.
He ain't gonna never hit no links.
He said that a slave is not an asset. You're lying. Prove that it's not.
Yeah,
you want to bring up banks,
but they were taxed. How were they not assets? They were taxed, and they were insured.
Yeah, even before they was, they definitely was insured. But even before they was taxed or insured, dog. After the furs, human was next. It fueled the fucking economy.
You don't have the bank to back that up. Do you know the top 10 banks?
I will show you this.
Listen. Do you know the top 10 banks and most of the major top 10 financial organizations like Aetna and places like that? You dig what I'm talking about? Morgan, Stanley,
that's why I tell
all these places. Listen, man, all these places are known on record, got caught out there dealing with slaves, and they've been around for a long time, couple 100 years, man.
Hey, Cosmo, listen to this retarded dude now. I got to call him retarded now. Show me what bank insured them. Let me tell you this, bro.
How about Aetna? No, it's an insurance company. It's not a bank.
Right. It wouldn't
even
know
a bank, first of all.
It wouldn't even know bank in the 1700. What the fuck is he talking about? That's what I'm trying to talk to this nigga about.
It was listen.
Hey, you about to lose your wrench. That's what the fuck you about to do. Which I know.
All you gotta do is look up, type in your computer since you don't do nothing but type anyway. It's all you do anyway. You don't do nothing else. You don't teach nothing. You don't help nobody. Nobody even knows you. Being real, I ain't never seen you. So you dig what I'm talking about. As a chat room warrior, you ought to be ready and able to go look up, did Aetna get caught dealing and insuring slaves? Did JP Morgan? Right? That's all you got to go look up. Just any of that shit. Or just go look up the top 10.
Yeah, I put it in the chat. I say, yo, you better do some research on your boy JP.
Yeah, bro. Yo, man, you crazy.
He had to go to them to help them. And they say, yo, what you got to stand on? He said, yo, I got slaves to stand on. Are y'all going to back me or what?
You don't think they put out insurance premiums on slaves and shit? Hell yeah.
Goddamn right. You know why, baby? Because they was getting taxed.
Yeah,
that's listed.
Yeah,
sis. They was getting listed on the census record as slaves, as people in their family.
You gotta remember, a lot of these people came over here with head rights. They had to be counted because they was gonna get some land, or somebody was gonna dupe them out of it. One of the two,
and listen,
but it had to be counted.
You got 2 fucking minutes to hit the link, or all you doing is just making shit up. Because all you doing is just being a fucking, you being a fucking, you being a thorn in my sister's show right now. She's reading shit, and now you throwing some weird shit out there. Then when niggas can back that shit and tell you pretty much, dog, chill out. You ain't did enough.
You ain't did nothing.
Or maybe you ain't searching the right spot. It's vast history out here, bro. You can't say you know everything.
Yeah, you don't know shit. You didn't even know. Listen, you didn't even know. All you got to do is Google top 10 businesses that got caught dealing with slaves. That's all you got to do.
You shouldn't even have
gonna
did
bring
that.
you
I
a top
wanted him to
10
come
list.
up, cause I wanted him
And
to
it's
come
gonna
up
be
so
some
I
of the
could show his
biggest.
ass.
It's gonna
Word.
be some of the
I wanted him
biggest
to
Fortune 500 companies in the
bet some
business.
fucking money on it. I wanted him to bet some
Why you
fucking
always
money
want a
on it.
nigga to do your heavy lifting?
They lazy as shit.
Everybody, show me the records. No, bitch, you go get them with your lazy ass.
Nah, ain't nobody getting mad, bro. Ain't nobody getting mad. I'm getting mad because all you doing is combating. Come up
Yeah,
here
you
and
don't
combat.
got nothing to offer. You ain't got nothing to offer. You go get the records. You go prove me wrong.
Hold up. And
No, I'm big right. I ain't big.
Yeah.
I ain't big mad. I'm big right.
Yeah, ain't nobody
I'm big
mad. I'm
correct.
mad because you
big
come on
wrong.
my fucking sister. You come in my sister chat with this bullshit.
I bet you don't have enough nuts.
And I tell her to give you
bring
a
a
ring.
source up here debunking what I just said. You don't have enough intelligence, first of all, because you didn't know it even existed. That's one.
Nah,
Two,
he know now.
You don't got a source to debunk what I'm saying. You can't debunk truth. Truth don't need no crutch.
No, I don't
Truth
nobody
don't need no crutch. My mom ain't did nothing to
I
you,
wouldn't call
soft
you no
ass
bitch.
bitch.
Yeah, bitch ain't even in my vocabulary. I'm a 7-4G, dog. That's a violation of us. We don't use that word.
It is what it is.
Especially with our brothers. We don't use that word, bro.
I just listen, man. Them niggas don't be my brother, bro. You're not my brother. Just because you claim you're Aboriginal.
What have you ever shown?
Nothing. Never. He talks shit in the chat. He's just a chat room warrior. A keyboard boxer.
I be a hoe. I ain't gonna lie to you, man.
Yeah, I like hoes. Shout out to all the hoes.
I'm a hoe. Shit. I'm a garden motherfucker with a hoe too. I'm a gardener.
Jesus' girl was a hoe. Throw the first stone.
The one who funded her. The one who funded the whole Jesus movement.
Jeebus' homegirl was a hoe, nigga.
And she funded the whole movement. And she was a hustler selling cologne. Get out of here, man. Perfumes and shit. Man, come on, man. Yeah, man, just do some research.
You an A-Rap.
That's all, bro. Just quit throwing yourself out there, bro. Quit throwing yourself out there like that. People don't know how much people was funding the shit that was going on.
You don't know you stupid till you open your mouth and remove all doubt.
Oh, OTK, I was talking to Cosmo. Oh, man. Oh, this person. Man, God damn.
Oh, yeah. No. He good. It's good.
Come on, Papoose.
Listen. Let him say what he gonna say. He's emotional. He ain't gonna do nothing.
Crazy, though.
He ain't gonna bring up no source. I let girls talk. Why that be like? You dig what I'm talking about? Getting mad at a dog for barking. You dig what I'm saying? It's and it's just as futile as trying to teach him geometry.
Nah, Papu, I don't need nobody to defend me, bro. Yeah, I don't need nobody to defend me, dog. Anything I talk about, trust me, I can show you. Whether it's right or wrong, or whether you agree with it, I can show you. OTK don't talk shit that he ain't already studied or researched. I don't throw myself out there like
you. The only one talking.
I don't do it, bro. I do not do it. And if I do, I will say what I think.
You the only one don't have a source. Where's your sources? Do anybody back up anything? Who are you? Are you even a nigga? Why you ain't showed it yet?
Good question. Hey, K Glover.
Peace to my niece, Sharice the realest, OTK.
Peace, K Glover. Yep.
Hey.
Peace to the righteous goddesses, man. What's the word?
Oh man, yeah. There's a couple of them. Yeah, there's a couple of them. You had Penn Mutual, like you were saying, Aetna.
Sis, stop giving them information. Yes, sis. That's why I tell Cosmon, don't give it. I wanted him to come up here. That's why I didn't put it. I dropped the jewel for him. I said, yo, do your research.
You wasting your time, man. He's a bona fide coward.
I told him, do your research on JP.
Bona fide coward. I done called Free Papu out so many times. He is a cur dog. If I ever seen one, he's a cur.
Damn, do we know that's a woman or
Man, they had slave trading firms.
man?
Yeah, you know,
Yes,
JP,
sister.
JP
Yes,
definitely
sister.
was one of the main ones. Yeah, JP
Yes.
was a main one.
He was one of the
I already told
to
him.
me,
JP.
sis, he's one of the first.
Already told him.
To me, because
Already told him
he was one of the
that's all
first
he
to
got
go
do is
over
go
there.
look it up for himself.
Yeah, he was one of the first to go over there and get funding from the prince.
Man, this nigga's a op, man.
All right, I'm gonna stop right there though. But they better do their research.
He a
man,
op, bro.
listen,
We always
man,
keep on people to talk and tell him shit, but he don't never want to do nothing.
Word.
You don't want to
At the
do
end
no
of the
heavy
day,
lifting
if
on
they
your
never
own.
could pay that money back, they will give you their fucking property. And who will be the property that they giving you to pay back?
Right.
Okay. All right. And it started with Christopher. Christopher didn't find the gold that he came to say he wanted to find. So you know what he did? He took people back to try to pay off his debt. What are we talking about here? What is he talking about? When it started off of human asset. Come on, man. Without you talking about labor. Labor produces the asset. But how could you have labor without the people performing the labor?
Right.
The bankers damn sure wasn't performing the fucking labor.
The science ain't performing the labor.
Yeah, who was doing the labor? They damn sure wasn't getting paid. Well, some was. The indentured servants. They wouldn't get paid, but they could work.
But serfs weren't.
Peonage,
those in peonage weren't. And slaves weren't.
They weren't. Right?
And then many of the people who came over here with indentures, you dig what I'm talking about, who was supposed to get their 100 acres in head rights, they just got hugged, kicked out in the streets. You dig what I'm talking about? They didn't get nothing. And then they went land claiming, land jumping, and you dig what I'm talking about. They would get in little packs and land jump and claim jump people, kill them.
Hey, listen,
outright, just take the land.
Yeah, K Glover, you see how you move in the football? So now you telling me the banks back the breeding farms. All I'm gonna tell you, whatever they was doing over here, the banks was fucking backing them. The people who own the
people
banks
get caught in the breeding farm. Free Papua. Free Papua. Is that where your people come from? A breeding farm?
And look at my sis. Look at my sis. Shut his ass up. All right, but sis, go ahead, Sister Sharice, man. Sis Sharice, listen, your brother don't talk about nothing that he don't know. Okay, I would have not have stuck on that. I would have asked him like, "Yo, damn, that's a good point, man. I never looked at it like that." But I knew what I was talking about. That's why I say humans are assets.
They're disrespectful,
and this
man.
time that we're talking about, and right now today,
not a
human,
begging.
a human.
Look at him begging in the chat. Please show me some proof. That's all I'm asking, guys.
Yeah, human is still an asset called human capital.
Right now.
But this is how the Department of Labor schedules out how much they need to put into the market, what jobs need to be forced into the market, what jobs need to be taken out of the market. Basically, what's working and what's not working based off of the profit and the loss in the different industries. So, yeah, human capital has always been sort of an asset within any governmental structure.
Oh, yeah,
thank you so much.
All business at the end of the day.
Going on within the state to state, within the state to other places in that state, people was being trafficked because it was a history of that in Alexandria, Virginia, that I think a lot of people didn't know. You know, they had like a firm and all of that shit set up for doing the shit they were.
Slavery, stupid.
Yeah. Hey sis, let me do this. If I didn't have insurance on my slave, how can I take my slave to court and say that he's out there served too? If I didn't have insurance on him.
You breaking up, bro.
Have insurance on my slave. Oh my bad.
Part 2, Slave Insurance and How It Led to Wealth. The ban on the importation of slaves made slaves much more valuable. Skilled slaves were often rented out by slave owners to businesses. Skilled slaves were rented out from anything from railroad construction to firemen to wet nurses, as you see here. Slave insurance involved a contract between the slave owner and the insurer, in which the insurer would pay out a sum of money in the event of the slave's death. These policies became widespread in southern states especially. Slaveholders began to purchase these policies at large. Slave owners and insurance companies worked together to exploit capitalism by making the utmost profit off of the backs of slaves. Insurance companies would often charge slave owners 2 times the amount for Black slaves. In exchange, slave owners were able to recoup a slave's value once they died. At this time, even banks like Chase and Wells Fargo allowed slave owners to use slaves as collateral.
Ooh. Whew.
Daggers.
And nothing has changed even to this day. You're still a slave. I mean,
Yeah.
they literally got us under slave status. It has not changed.
Come on.
They have since apologized for these actions. Slave owners further increased their wealth by taking out multiple policies on the same slave and further increasing their profits. To put this all into perspective, the average price of a slave in 1850 was $400. In today's prices, that would be about $1,400. On average, slaves were insured for $500 to $700. With multiple policies on a single slave and a $500 policy, that slave owner was looking at $1,500 in profit. In today's standards, that would be equivalent to $53,000. The average slave owner owned from anywhere to 15 to 20 slaves. As you can imagine, this increased their profits significantly, leading to the beginnings of their generational wealth and what we know as old money. This isn't even factoring the profits off of skilled slaves, who are oftentimes 15 to 55% more valuable than normal slaves. As you could imagine, slave insurance led to extreme profit margins. Part 3 tomorrow, we'll be getting into generational wealth.
So shout out to Lil Shawty for that quick little breakdown.
Yeah, shout out to all the
Now,
short.
now that shit is made up. Oh my fucking God. And she put
Listen, this is how I know
man.
some people get
Hey, listen,
paid.
man, I'm gonna take your wrench. Sister Sharice ain't gonna take your shit because I'm the one who tell her give you a wrench because you got a wrench on my shit too. But free Papua, man. God damn. I know you always have your point of view, and sometimes I agree with your point of view. That's why I rock with you now, because sometimes a different point of view is needed. But right now, bro, you wrong. Now, are you gonna be the one that say, you know what? I'm wrong. Those fake slave premiums? Hold on. A premium is an insurance policy, homeboy. So why is you even researching slave insurance if you didn't think it existed?
Right.
Anyway, go ahead, Sister Sharice. Go ahead, Cake Lover, man. Hey,
they just be lying, man.
Yeah, cause all right, my bad. My bad, sis.
That's why I don't respect these dudes.
Yeah, I
Not
appreciate
my
you,
people.
sis.
I don't care what he's talking about. Not my people, bro. Not like us, bro.
I appreciate you, sis, man, for letting me go ahead and build with my brother, man.
Shit, you all right? Shoot. We all dealing with each other.
Yeah. But
if
y'all don't really know who the hell JP Morgan is,
y'all better go read his book.
That was curated in 1860. Free Papua. What banks did black own in 1860 that wasn't destroyed? Let's go.
Shit, the one that they did own wasn't made yet.
I know it was plenty of Tulsas. It was plenty of type of shit that was Tulsa. up and down the Mississippi. It was more than one Tulsa.
Well,
I know that it was more than one Black Wall Street. You know what I mean? I know that. I know this.
Black Wall Street don't even come till later.
Exactly.
You talk about 1860. It's still slavery.
Hold on. So you're asking for a bank, homeboy. Before there was bank, who was there? Treasuries? Or was there people who had money? Who started the banks?
He still ain't listening.
Yeah, I'm gonna leave him alone. Hey, yo, Sharice, Sister Sharice, Cake Lover L, what y'all want to build on? I got about 30 minutes, and then I'm gonna jump on another device, and I'm gonna just listen, man, because sis done dropped some fire tonight with that shit.
Right.
Sis, I don't even think we should go into anything else because that right there sparks up a lot of conversation by itself. What you brought up, and it's not an article. That's not an article. That is more like a review. So a review will be something talking about something that they already seen. So now we need to find what they reviewing. What they actually reviewing. Watch this. Boy, you crazy. Go ahead, man. Wild ass Indian, man.
He put that back there. I don't know. He said he told me to play this. So I don't know what it is. So let me just see.
Did you know that the original inhabitants of China and Japan were believed to be black? Known as the Jomon people, they arrived in China around 100,000 years ago, continuing to live there until the Qing dynasty. These ancient kings and queens were rocking their natural hair long before the 20th century. Around 35,000 BC, some of these Jomon people ventured into Japan, becoming the first humans to inhabit the Japanese islands. Later, another group, the Ainu, followed them. Today, the genetic legacy of the Jomon people remains strong, with their genes found in 40% of modern Japanese, as well as in Mongolians and Tibetans. This incredible history connects Africa to Asia in ways often forgotten. The Jomon people's influence, from their hairstyles to their genetics, still shapes the cultures of these regions today. Did you know
Silver Bird, don't put that shit
It's
back
all right.
in
It's all right, man. It ain't nothing wrong with performing surgery on your own peoples, man. Just don't perform surgery on nobody else. Keep that shit within your peoples. You know what I mean? You know, you can't be too surgical because nobody else agreeing with you. So apparently you ain't surgical. All right. And the first banks over here, Christopher said, oh, Freedman Banks. Yeah. And you know, Christopher.
Man, listen, man. The
banks
have
that
been
D is at the end. You know that D is at the end. So who is these Freedman Banks? And who are they funded by? Because they damn sure ain't funded by no gold or no natural resources. Which these other banks was funded on. These other banks stood on human asset, fur trade, gold, silver, copper. They was backed by all of these things. Now you're saying the banks didn't exist during slavery. That's the same thing I fucking said. Oh my fucking God. At the beginning of slavery, you right. Banks did not exist. But you know what? They had banks over there, though. In Europe that existed. Who was funding? Who was funding everything? See, I follow money. Money will never lead you to a dead end, y'all. It will never lead you to a dead end. Trust me. Money keeps going, it keeps going, it keeps going, and it keeps going. To where we'll find the time where money first come into play. And then we're going to go into gold, silver, iron, ore, whatever type of natural resources that became.
The people didn't have people didn't have banks forever. Let's nip this in the bud. The people have had banks. forever.
Facts.
You dig what I'm talking about? Proven,
but not the bank
2000 BC. That's proven 2000 BC. No. Exactly like he talking about. Insure stuff, create cash, create wealth, opportunity, all that. A bank do all that. Count all the king money, keep the money flowing, and it does all that. It's been doing that proven since 2000 BC.
Right. Now,
and then
but
even
see, he was trying to bring it to America. Yeah, he was trying to bring that shit to America.
So what? He's still too late. It's 1791. It's already set up.
All right, thank you. Go ahead, bro.
It's already set up.
Exactly. So I don't know what he's talking about, but everything that you own and you, believe it or not, when you open a banking account, you are a human asset to that bank. That bank, you are the asset when you open the account. Because you open the account on your face. Yeah, you deposit a little money to open the account. But the rest of that account is based on you. Am I wrong, KKL, for saying that or no?
No, that's definitely facts. I put something in the back for you too, TK.
Okay.
I just want to say that's the name of it. If you shoot your email, I'm sorry, y'all. If you shoot your email down there, I can get you this article. This little, it's 40 pages though, but you can, definitely get it. It came out in '99. You could definitely.
That's not an article. 40 pages is not an article, baby. That's a baby pamphlet. Yeah, this ain't an article. But see, when you be calling it an article, you fuck people head up.
Pages, OTK. Yeah. This can be 40 pages. Definitely.
Yeah, but hold on. But quit calling them articles though, because when you calling them an article, they'll think you just got that shit out the newspaper. People are simple. They're slow as shit.
It's a scholarly journal. Okay.
Thank you, baby. Thank you.
Or it's a scholarly source. So Canadian Review of American Studies. So this is American Studies from the perspective of Canada. And y'all know how we are connected to Canada. A lot of people don't like that conversation, but it's true.
And
but
look
if you
at
put
this
your
shit
emails,
right here.
I'll drop the link and you put it in the back chat.
Federal Reserve has nothing to do with banking. Banking is a family practice.
The Federal Reserve, OTK, the Federal Reserve has 12 banks.
Right.
Hey, listen, I don't know
what he's talking about. And they answer to a bigger bank.
This is crazy. This is crazy.
And answer to the World Bank. Shit. You know what I mean?
Oh,
you got a bunch of watchdogs over that money.
This is,
you know what I mean?
World, Craig.
Right. You got the IMF. Before you get the IRS, then the IMF. Then the World Bank. Then you got to deal with the CFR and then the Bilderbergers. Listen, listen. Stop playing. If you don't know what you talk about, bro, you'll stop exposing yourself.
Hey, let me ask y'all this real quick. While Sharice pull this up real quick and we go into this with this slavery thing. If I'm not an asset to you, bro, I'm American Indian, right? But once they see the American Indian, oh man, nah, he gonna run away. He gonna do this. He gonna fight back. He rebellious. So now you find somebody to take their place. And they cost way more to get them. Because you know why? First of all, they need somebody to be their master. Because that's what they was born into. They need somebody to tell them what to do. They don't think on their own. And this is in their documents. So sis, yeah, what damn, how can I put this question the right way, man? If human is not the asset, then why would the slave trade be so important? People say labor, but you can't get labor without people.
The human is the most
Property
it is the
commodity.
most prized asset. And the reason
Yeah.
why it's the most prized asset, right? Because the human is the way that everything else works. So when you have human capital, right, each of these humans are connected to a family system. So the family system, right, is dependent upon the basics, as my husband always says, is food, clothing, and shelter. So the human has everything to do with this. If there was no human, there would be no system of banking. There will be no need for banking. But because you have the human, you have the necessities of the human. And the necessities of the human, then you have the wants and the desires of the human. So
I
all
totally
of
agree.
it has to deal with the back of banking. If you look at OTK, did you get that in the back chat?
I also
Oh
think
yeah,
too.
I already knew about Buford, baby girl. I already knew.
I know you knew. Off of that, right? That was the first one. So OTK, when you always be like, it started in South Carolina, it started in Charleston. It literally started in Charleston. Like it's
Thank you, baby.
it,
See, I just let them talk. That's why it's so hard for me in South Carolina. That's why it's so hard for me. Because I kill a lot of shit. And I speak the real. I don't sugarcoat shit. Like this Federal Reserve System is not owned by anyone. The Federal Reserve was created in 1913 by the Federal Reserve Act to serve as the nation's central bank. Who are the Federal Reserve, bruh? Who got the motherfucking plated chips to print money, bruh?
Why would you go over there and copy and paste that from the what you call?
I'm trying to figure out what is the contention about a bank? Like what?
Because they can't prove none of their statements. Because he talking about the Federal Reserve System, but you ain't talked about Jekyll Island yet. So that means you don't know what the hell you talking about. Research that, you beast of burden.
Now it's fraudulent. Now it's fraudulent. Go ahead, sis.
That show he don't know nothing. That show he don't know nothing about banking. Just a minute ago he said it was only 6 banks. now you know that there's 12.
It's actually 13.
You absolutely correct.
Yeah,
yes, the 13th is in DC.
It's actually 13.
DC made the 13th.
It's actually 13. But
right,
we go off of the 12, but in all actuality, it's 13.
Yeah, that's
this
a
motherfucker said the
symbolic
board of
number
governors of the Federal Reserve. Hold on, are those the founders? Are those the founders of the Federal Reserve? I don't want to hear nothing about no fucking board.
Yeah,
I want to talk about the founders.
You ain't talking about. Listen, you ain't talking about Jekyll Island. You don't know what you talking about. You don't even know what you talking about. Stop talking about money.
You actually
stop talking about banks. You ain't talking about Jekyll Island. Go look it up. Google it first before you start talking. You need to Google
listen,
first.
Kapua, we got your past tags. You say, how can a slave draw interest? Now you're saying, of course it's fraud, and it collects interest.
Yeah. Double talk, man.
And listen, your wrench is your wrench about
you
to
off
be.
point,
You ain't
Beast
even
Bird.
about
You
to
don't
have
know
a
what you're
wrench.
talking about.
I ain't even gonna lie to you, man. This one, my sister gonna have to hate me on, but so what? We get over it. We work it out. You know what I'm talking about? But your wrench, dog. Your wrench.
Yeah, we don't even know if you. We don't
wrench.
even know if you a nigga.
Yeah, we
That's
don't even know
one.
if you a
That's
man or a
one.
woman.
We don't
I
know
don't
if
even
you're
know
a
if you're a
man
man
or a
or
woman.
Right.
We don't know if you a even that,
or
even if you
white,
an
if you're
American.
black or white.
We
or
don't
if
know
you
nothing
nigga,
about
you're
that.
We don't know nothing about that.
We ain't never seen you. You ain't never put
And
in
this
no
one of this
work.
shit. And see,
But
I
you
ain't make
talk.
no phone call on you, Free Papua, but I can make a phone call to find out who you is on everything I love. Yeah. Because there is a document that clearly speaks about illegal tender for trade and man, illegal tender was a fucking movie about mixed people who was running from other mixed people. Mama, them boys was involved with some shit. Man, cool out with that shit. Yeah, go ahead, sis. No, Shamel, it actually ain't far from the bill because we're talking about assessments, assets. We're talking about assets. I was saying, Shamel Thomas, that humans are assets. They told me no. When I know this world was built, America, these colonists, these people who was coming over here, it was
The number
built
one
on
asset, human.
slavery, on human assets.
What's changed? What's changed? Because the people still keeping this motherfucker rocking. What's changed?
It just the way you look at your job and your position. That's the only thing.
What's changed now? What's
They
changed now?
changed the veneer of an indenture and called it a job.
Right. That's all they did. That's all.
That's all.
Yeah, they changed the
That's
veneer.
all they did. But you know what the difference is with the immigrants? The illegal immigrants coming across here? It ain't no asset on them. Oh, it might be an asset on them, but it damn sure ain't from North America. They asset might be claiming from somewhere else. You understand what I'm saying, sis?
Yeah.
And that's what I'm saying. They're thinking, oh, America don't have assets. Oh, this right here. But hold up. Look who's funding these people who you're talking about. All of these people tied back to family connections in Europe. So who is really funding them?
Yeah.
This is how you're able to ship American Indians from one spot. This is how I'm able to be an English and come over here and set up a colony, and I can ship American Indians from my English colony here in America, and I can ship them to my English colony somewhere else because they're assets.
French, Spanish, Portuguese.
All the fucking banks in England are French.
Yeah.
But I'll leave that alone. Let's go, man. See, we get deep in this information out here, though. We pull a veil. I pull a veil over motherfuckers.
You still can't duck the Rockefellers, the Warburgs, the Morgans of the world. You dig what I'm talking about? You can't duck.
Now they're going with the stock market. The stock market does not have the stock market. Man, Beast of Bird, man, you about to get. No matter of fact, you always got some negative shit. We used to you with that. Free Papua is the one that I'm worried about, man. I'm really skeptical about you. Seriously. Because if you're gonna be a negative ass nigga, you might be a problem.
My bad. I ain't trying.
He might be a fed
in this environment. You might be a problem.
Yeah.
Because you never bring out no information. Go ahead, sis.
This
My bad.
conversation, though.
1,000
He
probably. Go
doesn't
ahead.
do
I'm just,
anything
I'm just
positive.
looking. Y'all go on, but I'm just saying it was something in this article. I mean, in this journal that triggered all. So I'm trying to go back to where it was and what triggered that whole thing, and got him going off about about that in the chat. But yeah, y'all carry on. I'm gonna find it. I just gotta look through it because I ain't read a lot of it. So. Slaves were able. Troublesome property. Okay, that's what happened right here. Fortunately or unfortunately, this partition social ontology, this universe divided between persons and racial subpersons, did not function as expected, for masters never achieved the total domination they sought over slaves. Despite the slave owners' efforts to attain total control and regulation of slave lives, slaves were able to develop their own world that was influenced, but by no means totally controlled by the slave owners' regime. Though some blacks internalized self-abnegating values and became good slaves, many others rebelled, becoming what Keith Stamp terms troublesome property. Latter, and indeed the burgeoning black leadership class, the challenge of self-definition and of asserting and affirming an identity became a daily preoccupation. Convinced of their American identity, black leaders sought avenues of affirming this identity. They embraced moral suasion as a means of establishing both their belonging to America and their compatibility with traditional American values and ideals. So that Keith Stamp term got him tripping.
But hold on though, it's these abolitionists, whatever the fuck, however you call them, who came up with the slave trade narrative.
Agreed.
Who pushed this slave trade narrative, this fucking slave boat narrative that all came from abolitionists. These the motherfuckers who was some of the top in the banking industry, because you know what? They knew that, hey, I can keep these people in cahoots. I can build my wealth within the community. Let me turn these people in the community into assets to where they wealth. Give me the money to where I can give them loans on their face. In return, we try to get their deed, their title to their land or something like that. And they were some of the worst, these abolitionists. Fuck them too.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that. Like, I feel like it's so much history and so much paperwork out there, you know, talking about them and talking about the way that they was pushing that shit out there. Like, they acted like, oh, like if we push it out here this way, this will stop them from enslaving more people. No. That didn't help. That didn't help.
Oh, Chris, he's Spanish. He's Spanish. Well, shit, if he's Spanish, then he should know them motherfuckers. If he's from Mexico and their first contact, he should know they was fucking assets. Oh,
yeah,
but
especially because his people probably got brought over.
Oh, but
especially because his people got brought over here through the Pacific slave trade.
Oh, he Hebrew though. So, they came on the 12 tribes. He Hebrew.
There wasn't no 12 tribes over here.
Any Mexican or anybody in that Spanish descent or Latino,
none of that 12 tribe shit was here.
Right.
None of it was here.
They believe in that 12 tribe shit. That's all.
Listen.
But I don't blame them. You know why? Because they was the first to convert into Christianity.
So what? It don't matter. The 12 tribes are the fake guys.
Yeah, that's something new. That's something new.
Yeah. 12, the so-called 12 tribes is an astrological rewrite and a usurpation of the actual Israelite history.
Shit, I thought it was only 10. I thought it was only 10.
No. There's 12 of these. There's actually 13 of them.
13, right. But I thought only 10.
Nope.
Because 3 of them didn't fight.
10
and
got
they
lost.
In the other tribe.
No. Only 10 got lost.
Ain't none of their ass got lost.
What I'm trying to tell you is that story don't got nothing to do with the
We know their ass went at. We got them. The same book that said that it was lost also told they got found at.
Told you they got found.
Look, Beast of Burden, you're talking about the weight of the products, right? So what we failed to realize is that we have over 100 byproducts just within our bodies itself, right? I'll give you an example. Melanin, right? Right now, a gram of melanin is worth over $600. So
if gram of melanin was worth more than a gram of gold.
Yeah. It's what right now is running for a little bit over 600 right now.
Wow.
And so if you times that by 15% of your body weight, see, this is not something someone is telling me. This is something that I actually do. Because a lot of times when I'm setting up the trusts for someone, the first thing they're saying is, well, I don't really have any assets. And I'm like, your body is your asset. So we go in and we break down the composition of the body, and then we break down 15% of the body to be able to come up with the asset. See, you don't have to go outside yourself. Brother Cosmon always is talking about the creator and how the creator created the creation, right? When you resemble the creator, you never have to go outside of what is created to find wealth. I yield.
Damn, I said the same thing. You saying the same thing I just said, slow ass nigga there. Now, OTK just said the same thing that you're lying, dog. Because if we were saying the same fucking thing when I said the same thing that I'm saying now, you said I was wrong. But now, since we done dropped some shit for you to go look at, that's what you was doing. You was going to look. And now that you see that, now you're saying, we're saying the same thing. No, bro. No. Nah. Y'all chill out, man. Listen, man. I go to sleep late and I wake up early. You do the math on that. It beats a burden. This motherfucker said something about a weight scale, gold and fucking spices. Oh, one of the first currencies were seasons and spices, herbs, sugars, and salt. Not over here. Stop the bullshit. Fur first, and after the fur, and I'm talking about all fur, beaver, deer, all fur.
This is Pan-African.
All I know, man. I don't know. I think Free Papua. I think he American. Oh, she. It might be American.
I think he like a mixed mestizo.
They just like to ask questions to try to bring the best out of people, or you know what I mean, to make sure we up on point. Who knows? But Beast of Burden, yeah, trans-African. All day. Yeah, flour, cornmeal, milk, wheat, rolled oats, water, gold, silver, copper, brass, and cornmeal. What?
That's why I asked.
What the fuck? Wheat. What the fuck? Oh my God. This motherfucker said emerald too. You know, emerald was one of our most precious things over here. Well, to the South Americans and to them. that was when emerald was that was like diamonds in the past. Word. Yeah,
the ship.
Yeah, even when you're talking about pearls, the pearls were found here in the ocean. We're talking about the clams. There's always been a prized possession for the pearls that you find in the Atlantic Ocean. So I don't even know what the contention is.
I mean, all right. So the ship gives a little bit. So
Papua, you using the word pseudo? You might be you might be down with the pseudo killers.
I don't know, bro. I'm not sold on it.
I ain't trying to do nothing, man.
I ain't sold on it, man. I get my bad vibe from him. I get mestizo vibes. Like he think he down. He might have grew up in the hood, so you know what I mean. He think he tough. No,
but everything good though, man. We all go through shit though. We all go.
I don't know, bro.
You know,
why do we get a pass though?
I'm trying to give the benefit of the doubt.
Why do you know? I'm just asking. Sharice, I'm just asking. Sharice, do you know Free Papua?
I've seen him in the chat back for a minute.
Have you seen Free Papua?
Like his face? No.
Have you ever spoke to him?
No, I've never seen him on the panel or anything like on. I've never seen it.
Have you heard his voice before?
Never.
Have you ever seen him put in any work?
No, like outside of just the chat room. No.
Okay, so I'm gonna ask you again why he got a wrench.
Because because of me. I just said that, cause.
All right, John. All right.
Because of me, man. You know what I mean? Like I said, I like his point of view. Now, Beast of Burden, we already know who he is, but I like Papua because maybe he's one of them type of persons that is saying, you know what?
Nah,
he might be going against us.
Nah.
I ain't saying that, cause I ain't talking about no free pass. I'm not talking about a free pass.
No, I'm just saying, nigga, you can't say all that shit about my mama and then that just be that on that. No, you gonna have to source up, do something. You have to do something. I don't think you an Indian.
Oh shit, my bag. I'm gonna leave this shit alone.
That's that on that. I don't think you an Indian. I'm for real. I think you one of them Hebrew ass, Mexican ass niggas. You dig what I'm talking about? You come off weird. You come off real young and weird.
I take the blame though. I take the blame. You know, me being a diplomat. No, I ain't no cat.
No, what it is
Cause don't you call me that captain?
I didn't already passed him. He didn't zoom past me a couple times, and now the pit bull and got a whiff of it.
Yeah, man.
Not a bulldog on him. Not a bulldog on him shaking him. Something gonna come up out of here. Something gonna come up out of here. That's what's gonna happen. We gonna start exposing you niggas, bro. I know it's a bunch of y'all around. It just can't be Shy Son, YK, all them. No, it's some of y'all too. Remember, our greatest enemy looked just like us.
Correct.
Don't forget the past, y'all. We giggling and hee ha ha ha. You don't know none of these niggas. They don't give a fuck about you. They don't give like I don't
give a fuck about them neither, cuz.
Listen, but hold on. But listen. What I'm telling you is, just like Spice One said, they don't give a fuck about you if you was shitting on yourself or pissing off the Bay Bridge. Yeah, y'all niggas is looky-loos. You know what they call them in the Bible? People who want to be Israelites? They call them Leviticans. They the people with little God, no learning. You dig what I'm talking about? No knowledge. They would just so happen to be enslaved with the Israelites. So yeah, when you seen this nigga cutting up, you dig what I'm talking about? Well, now I'm the son of Ishmael. Yeah. It's the same type of people, man. I see this every day. Y'all stink on the inside. You don't know that y'all give off a foul odor from your inside. Bulldogs be on y'all. That's why I see y'all coming. But it's all good. It's all good. It's gonna all pan out in the end.
Weed and feed. Weed and feed. Get out all the weeds. This is now I see Sister Sharice. I'm gonna tell you, when I started debating, sis, I really seen what was really what. You hear me? That's why I ain't debating no more. That last debate opened my fucking eyes.
I'm just saying, Shamil, I ain't asked you to be here neither, nigga.
I got
you think what I'm talking about? I don't run every show. But I'm gonna say what I'm gonna say, and you just gonna sit in the chat. That's all you gonna do about it. YouTube that. With your sensitive ass worried about what a grown nigga saying to another grown nigga. Sit your punk ass down somewhere, little boy.
Yeah, but I'm just telling
you,
Sister
bro.
Sharice,
y'all niggas too sensitive.
You haven't went.
I'm just trying to sit up under Sharice. Shut up, punk. Pull your skirt down. You dig what I'm talking about?
Went through it yet? Cause everything good, man. Hey, Sharice,
I know. I just got a bark on my bad.
But I'm gonna tell you, just like I told my brothers from Cleanup Crew, I say, yo, man, OTK, I see I got problems out here with people. I need y'all. I don't want y'all to get incorporated with my problems and people be like, oh, you roll with OTK. Oh, and this right here, I don't want because OTK studies what OTK study and OTK know what he studied. And them brothers was just helping me out reading and we all was learning. You understand what I'm saying? But I noticed they started lumping them into what I had going on. So I told them brothers, man, look, I might have to separate myself. Yeah, I told them I might have to separate myself from y'all because I don't want this to fall on y'all. OTK can fight his own shit. Remember I told you that, Sharice? I said, sis, you don't have to defend me. I said, I got this. Trust me, your brother's surgical. Just chill out. Remember I called you and I told you that? I said, just run your show, keep doing what you do. I did the same shit with my brothers them. Because this right here is why. See, I can't come on here and build with you on some bill. And even me and you disagree sometimes. Let's be for real. Me and you be on the phone. You be telling me about DC and the immigrants. I'd be like, yo, well, we don't got that immigrant problem. I know you be wanting to say, man, OTK, I'll pop your goddamn neck right now, bro. I know you be wanting to say that. But you know what? We continue on and you know, I listen to what you say and I have to agree. Okay, that's what's going on right there. I have to agree with that shit. But our problem is we like to put what's going on with us with everybody. That's not true. Everybody was not going through the same thing at the same time. And I'm talking about state to state. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but I always feel, you know, at the same time, you know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, you may not see it now, but at some point it will start to manifest itself everywhere because they are coming at a mass rate. And it's definitely
coming for me.
Already problems in sanctuary cities, you know, eventually, you know what I'm saying? It's going to spread out elsewhere. So
you talk about the immigration. You talk about the immigration. No, sis. No, sis. No, sis. It's not going to happen everywhere, sis. Okay. That's what I'm trying to tell you. It's not going to happen everywhere.
I disagree. You know because if we talk about the influx, when we talking about millions and millions of people, you got to think about where millions and millions of people are going to be housed and be able to stay. So you think only New York, Chicago, California, Texas, DC, Colorado, you think they're gonna be the only cities that's gonna be housing them? That's what you think? You don't think that shit going in South Carolina? That's what you think?
No, it's definitely not going to be the only cities. You got to remember that cities
Yeah.
cities are built by what they guess of what they guess how many people are going to live there. So the
Right.
infrastructure of the cities won't allow for so many millions of people. This is the reason why they have these illegal immigrants living in certain places throughout
Certain places.
throughout the United States, because you got to remember that they got to make sure that these people, the infrastructure of the weight of the people is able to withstand. So if you notice that the majority of where they sent everybody is kind of in the upper portion of the United States, going straight across. I'm gonna mute up because I'm saying too much.
No. Yeah, you're absolutely correct. So, sis, that's what I was trying to tell you, sis. Like, if you ain't got that much land in your state, they're not going to bring those people. You notice that they're bringing these people through some of the biggest states of unincorporated lands. See, nobody pays attention to how much unincorporated land your state has. How much federal? Oh, my bad, sis.
Why are they putting them in the neighborhoods with black people? Or why are they being placed in hotels? If it's all this unincorporated land they could be on, because I'm the fuck confused.
All right, do they stay there? Or do they get shipped somewhere else?
They're being, what I'm saying is, like I said, I think because you don't see it in your state, that like I just don't know, like maybe the impact of it may not be as alarming to you, but like for me it's extremely alarming, because when you look at the statistics and you look at the comparisons, you look at how much they're receiving in food stamps, TANF, not paying rent. I've shown so many fucking things on this shit, being housed in expensive hotels. Ain't no this is real.
Let me ask you this, sis.
And it's
so
like
that's the whole goddamn problem.
No. I'm speaking now, because what I feel like, OTK, sometimes I feel like you're not taking it seriously. Like I feel like you don't give a fuck. Like that's not right. Like I don't know. Like your attitude to me just seemed kind of off-putting about it, and I don't like that, because the reality is that affecting like me. It's affecting all of us, and it's going to eventually have a mass great impact on us. When we're like I said, like what's happening for the few, it's not happening for everyone.
Don't you know America was mostly built on immigrants, sis?
One individualistic standpoint, like I'm not going through it, so it don't matter, or whatever that is. I don't like that type of attitude, because this shit is affecting all of us as a whole. Even the women in South Carolina that get food stamps and TANF, it's affecting them too. It is.
All right, so sis, let me tell you this. I'm sorry if I give you that impression. I really do care, but the reason why I'm not as adamant as you, because the shit is not affecting me. How can I be as adamant as you if it's not affecting me, sis? So I'm going off of yours. That's why I ask you questions. That's why I'm trying to find out. But yes, sis, if you're affected, I'm affected, sis.
But see, you just highlighted the main thing. That's our problem as a people. Because what affects me should affect you regardless.
That's what I just said, sis. That's why I talked to you. So when you said it affects you, then it affects me. Definitely. But I'm just telling you why it don't affect me from my point of view, sis. That's all I'm doing.
I know, I'm not mad at you.
Don't think OTK don't give a fuck now. OTK cares, because I got family in all these states. My family, them is telling me what's going on. But you know what some of my family also say? We let this shit happen.
Sure.
All right then, sis. So if we let this shit happen, hold on, sis.
We say that though. Did we let them come across the border? Fuck no. Did we give them that permission? Fuck no. No.
Hold on, sis. Who gave them the permission to come, sis?
Kamala Harris. That's your precious Kamala Harris.
No, Kamala. No.
Hey, I gotta go shoot him over real quick. I'm gonna hop back on in a little bit, y'all.
Before Trump got in the chair, with Obama, we had immigration, baby. It just wasn't the high number. Hold on. It just wasn't broadcasted to everybody as being a high number and being affected, because you know what Barack was trying to do? He was trying to sway everybody like, oh, we can make it better. And we got duped by him. Well, people got duped by him, but I already saw through him. But so I'm telling you, no, this shit goes before Kalama. Fuck blaming this shit on Kamala. We need to quit pointing the finger. We need to blame this shit on us, sis. That's my problem. You know why? Because we can go inside these.
We have no control over the resources. No.
Right. So sis, you telling me Congress? So you telling me Congress does not control your state? So your state is just free will. Everybody can do what the fuck they want to do.
So why are you trying to say that we are responsible for migrants coming over here and getting resources and benefits?
All right, then. Now I'm about to tell you, bro. Now I'm about to tell you, baby. For one, up north ain't never been new with immigration. This shit been going on since way back.
See, and we already talked about DC and DC having home rule, and it's only certain times where Congress can get involved as far as DC is concerned. But we talked about that already. So in some cases, yeah. But as far as them just allowing a mass of influx, she's the border czar. So when I say that she's responsible, yes, she is. Because if she's supposed to be the one over there making sure that these people don't come across the border or whatever's going on, if there's a process that's supposed to happen in regard to being able to be over here and live and whatever that is, that process should be carried out and followed. Not people just being able to openly come over here and do that, because it is taken away from the people who are here, especially the people that are black, so-called.
Let me ask you this, Sharice, is that everywhere though?
It don't matter if it's everywhere.
No, it do matter, because now you see why I feel the way listen, Sharice, all I'm telling you, baby, is understand. You made it seem like I don't give a fuck about what you got going on, sis. No, don't ever. And a lot of other people try to say that shit too. Fuck ass people. Don't be in that fuck ass group, sis. I really do care. I'm just giving you my point of view from why I don't care from where I'm at, sis. That's all. It's not affecting us like that, sis. That's all I'm telling you. The shit I be hearing from y'all, I be like, wow, you lying. Are you serious? That's why I be listening. It really do. And I be like, damn, that shit don't go on here. You know what I mean? And let's be for real, sis. Up north in California was built on immigration. New York and California was built on immigrants. After they got rid of the Indians, it was built on immigrants, sis. Point blank. The immigrants been coming through New York and goddamn California for the longest. The immigrants went. That's all I'm saying, sis. Now I see that it's trickling down to you in DC. Now I see what you're talking about. I understand. Trust me, sis. I feel your goddamn. I put this on my Jesus, dog. I wish I could have helped y'all. That's why I be trying to throw my suggestions out there, like what we do here, to stop that shit or to keep it in control. Now it's not my fault that people tell people, oh, don't become no congressman. Oh, don't go into law. Oh, don't vote and all this. I'm not one of those motherfuckers, sis, because I notice if we get our peoples them into place, yo, you do it right. Now, our problem was we was putting people who look like us in the fucking place and they fucked us.
Yeah.
We know this. We know this, sis. But damn, when are we going to correct that? You think I ain't telling my daughter, hey, daughter, my daughter already want to be a politician because you know what? She already writing a plan to help change Goose Creek or to help make Goose Creek better because she's seeing what her daddy is doing. You see what I'm saying, sis? So everywhere is different. But people like to throw this whole burden on everywhere and say this is worldwide. It's not. We only see this shit in major cities. But Texas, Chicago, New York, and California. No, it wouldn't be, sis.
It will be.
No, it wouldn't be. No, it wouldn't
They
be.
become citizens. They can go wherever they want. So in time, those kinds of things will happen. People move and migrate all across this country all the time. So you can't say that it won't hit South Carolina.
Who
You
gives
just
them
act
the
like South Carolina is this untouchable state. That's not the case.
No, sis. I never said that. I never said we was untouchable, sis. We control it. We control it.
Facts. What I'm saying is facts. They're putting in laws now so these people can become citizens and be able to conduct business in this country. So, like I said,
sis, hold on. Listen to what you said. They making it a bill now for these people to become citizens. When did the name citizen even first come out? From immigrants.
Don't matter.
No, it does matter, sis. Because we got to go back to the building board. This shit been going on is what I'm telling you. Right now, it's just in everybody's face now. Because this shit's starting to hit major places. It's starting to hit more major places now, baby. That's all I'm saying. You know what I mean? It's getting out of hand. I'm just telling you, this shit is way different than in the past. In the past, states could have controlled their immigrants. They can't do it no more, baby. They can't do it because it's illegal immigrants now. So they can't control it. But let me ask you this, sis. Let me ask you this, sis. Before these motherfuckers came across here and established a so-called government to call people immigrants, wasn't people coming from Mexico and South America into America? Was they immigrants?
I'm not saying people. What point are you making about people coming or not?
What I'm saying is people been coming into North America in and out.
They've
been doing this, sis.
Okay, no one is refuting that. I'm not saying that that's not something that's not a common occurrence. That's the same difference as slavery. The same thing. Slavery is happening not just in Western society, but all over the world. Those are all valid points. I've already said that. What I'm saying,
no,
that
slavery didn't happen everywhere, though, baby. That's a lie.
What's the lie?
It didn't happen. It didn't happen everywhere. Slavery did not happen everywhere, baby. No, it didn't. It's some places that slavery did.
That's what you think? You think it only happened in the Western Hemisphere?
No, sis. Hell no. Hold up, sis. Hold on, sis.
That it was something that it was in the world that was going on in the Balkans, all kinds of places. In Romania,
hey, listen, I can't believe that you just asked me that, sis. I really feel offended just now. I don't mind you disagreeing with me and you jumping on me because you feel like I don't care. Hey, listen, I love that because you're telling me your feel, but I can't believe that you seriously think that OTK really don't know what the hell he talking about.
No,
slavery was not everywhere, sis. Not everybody was put into slavery, sis. And I'm not talking about the Western Hemisphere. When we know the first recorded records of slavery, my bad. You break it up. I can't hear you. My fault.
What do you mean? Because when I'm thinking about slavery and how I look at it, it's work. So in any context of that, you can look at that any way you want. But it did happen all over. There were monarchs.
So let me ask you this. So if I give my own peoples a job, is that slavery?
People who were working, slaves, Slavs, whatever you want to call them. Yes.
All right. So sis, I see that we really need to go back through this slavery thing again, because we need to know the difference between chattel slavery and indentured servitude.
I just said that to you. All right, I'm ending my live. Good night.
Oh no. You know what, Cerise? I couldn't hear you because your mic breaking up. My bad, sis. My bad. Go ahead, sis.
I'm done. Y'all have a great night. Okay.
I'm telling you, literally, and I guarantee you, Kate Glover can say that your mic was breaking up. That's why I didn't know I was cutting you off, sis. I thought it was free and I was talking, but then I hear you coming in and out. So I apologize, sis. You was breaking up. My apologies, sis. My apologies.
I said that. That's why I just said there's a difference between westernized slavery. There's a difference. because it was always going on. It's only now that in these fucking times that people want to only recognize that. But like I said, we know that it went on in whatever form you want to call it or take it as or whatever. It still was that. People was fucking working. That's what it was. Period. Like, period. Like, I don't see how that could be misunderstood.
So, sis, let me ask you this. If me and you get together and we're building up our community, are we slaves?
In the context of slavery, right now, everyone is slaves.
No, sis, not right now. Just in my context of my question. If me and you are in the same community,
that your own free will, is it like, are you getting up every day and doing exactly what it is that you want to do in your life without having to worry about money, without having to worry about sustaining yourself, without all of that shit? Like, to me,
yes, baby, I don't need money. I don't need money to sustain myself, sis. I don't need money. See, look at Chris. See, Chris told you was breaking up bad, sis. So I don't want you to think that I'm fucking talking over you. But you really was breaking up, sis. I'm trying to tell you, sis. That's why I didn't hear some of the things you said. And my apologies. My apologies, sis. Thank you, Chris. Thank you, Chris. No, we man. See, now you getting all right. You know what? All right, bet. You know what I mean? Like I said what I said. You know what I mean? It was not slavery everywhere. It was not indentured servitude everywhere.
Okay.
Word, it was not, sis.
We don't agree.
It was not. It was not. It was some places that it didn't touch.
We don't agree.
Touch, sis. All right, well, no problem. I just have to email you. I just have to email you the shit. You know me. I email it to you. You know your dog.
And
you know what I mean? Yeah.
All the stuff that Thomas Sowell says about slavery in the world, not just this. What? No. It's hold on.
Yeah. I email it to you though, sis. Definitely, man. You know what I mean? So I just want you to know your boy don't. All right. Okay. Okay. Yeah, sis. And see, Chris, sis ready to flip out on me and shit. And I didn't even know. I thought I was just talking. I didn't even know I was talking at the same time she was talking and shit. So that's my apology. That's why I apologize, Chris, because that's my goddamn sis now. We can disagree. Yeah, all day long. I got no problem with that. Yeah. Mm-hmm. And she's passionate about this shit, and I know it. She's passionate about what she's going through in DC. That's why I tell her stick with your state. Well, your city state, because she made that clear to me that DC wasn't a state. And I told her, I said, "Damn, sis, you just put me on something." I admit if I'm wrong about something or I didn't understand it, but sis, things that I know things that I researched and I saw in places, we're going to have to deal with the information. And then we have to go at those people who wrote the information and call them liars or call them not true. Because I'm not just going off my thoughts like most people do, I think, and they be bringing shit up like they got something to back it up, but they don't. I'm not going off of that, sis. Never that. Anything OTK be talking about now, if I'm just thinking it, I'll say I think or my thoughts. But nah, anything else, sis, I will tell you. Trust me.
No, it's okay. Sometimes we just got really back shit. It's okay.
Oh, yeah.
I ain't got
good
no
now. Yeah, you good now. Your mic good now, sis. But you was breaking up like a motherfucker, sis.
What was going on? I'm about to say, well, maybe he not hearing me, but anyway.
I wasn't. And you know I fuck with Thomas Sowell.
Yeah, I think I'm the only one that pronounced his name wrong, but that's my guy.
The instrumental use of the history of slavery today also underlies the claim that slavery grew out of racism. For most of its long history, which includes most of the history of the human race, slavery was largely not the enslavement of racially different people, for the simple reason that only in recent centuries has either the technology or the wealth existed to go to another continent to get slaves and transport them en masse across an ocean. People were enslaved because they were vulnerable, not because of how they looked. The peoples of the Balkans were enslaved by fellow Europeans, as well as by the peoples of the Middle East, for at least 6 centuries before the first African was brought to the Western Hemisphere. Before the modern era, by and large, Europeans enslaved other Europeans, Asians enslaved other Asians, Africans enslaved other Africans, and the indigenous peoples of the Western Hemisphere enslaved other indigenous peoples of the Western Hemisphere.
Is that not everyone? Is that not everyone?
Hold on. Say that
Is that
again.
everyone?
Say that again.
I said, is that not everyone?
Hold on. Let me ask you this. Are they talking about the 13 colonies?
I just said,
the 13 colonies.
Shush. You said that it didn't happen all over the world. I'm telling you that it did. And that's it.
All right. Well, sis, this is not proven that it happened all over the world.
Before the first African was ever on the Western Hemisphere, ever. So you're about to tell me that this is something that wasn't going on? Maybe not in the way that we think, but it was happening. That's all I'm saying. And Free Pop said it's fake. So there we go. We all got our own opinion up in this motherfucker. But I'm just saying.
No, fuck the pain. Fuck the pain. I ain't talking about the pain. I'm talking about what he said.
When I said it happened all over the world, he just literally described every fucking group in this damn world.
All right, rewind that again. Rewind that real quick.
Every damn group.
Rewind that.
Europeans, as well as by the peoples of the Middle East in centuries, has either the technology or the wealth existed to go to another continent to get slaves and transport them en masse across an ocean. People were enslaved because they were vulnerable, not because of how they looked. The peoples of the Balkans were enslaved by fellow Europeans, as well as by the peoples of the Middle East, for at least 6 centuries before the first African was brought to the Western Hemisphere. Before the modern era, by and large, Europeans enslaved other Europeans, Asians enslaved other Asians, Africans enslaved other Africans, and the indigenous peoples of the Western Hemisphere enslaved other indigenous peoples of the Western Hemisphere. Slavery was not based on
I see. Hold on, pause that. I see why you say that, sis. But we gotta understand, these are vast fucking areas. He's just giving you something to say, yo, it happened here because we got records. It happened at a certain spot here, sis. That's all he's doing. That's all he's doing. That's all he's doing. But it's plenty of spots that didn't have no slavery, sis.
All right.
None of that. I'm just telling you. I'm just telling you, sis. I'm just telling you. You know what I mean?
About race. Only relatively late in history did enslavement across racial lines occur on such a scale as to promote an ideology of racism that outlasted the institution of slavery itself. Wherever a separate people were enslaved, they were disdained or despised, whether they were different by country, religion, caste, race, or tribe. In East Africa, the Maasai were feared slave raiders, and other African tribes, either alone or in conjunction with Arabs, enslaved their more vulnerable neighbors. As late as 1891, it was reported that Manyuema slavers had demoralized surrounding tribes, destroying crops, and famine reigned everywhere. Even in the early 20th century, Abyssinians were still raiding other Africans and carrying off slaves. It was 1922 before the British had gained sufficient control in Tanganyika to stamp out slavery there. Arabs were the leading slave raiders in East Africa, ranging over an area larger than all of Europe. The total number of slaves exported from East Africa during the 19th century has been estimated to be at least 2 million. The form in which the story of slavery has reached most people today has been along the lines of the best-selling book and widely watched television miniseries Roots by Alex Haley. Challenged on the historical accuracy of Roots, Haley said, "I tried to give my people a myth to live by." This instrumental use of history, or purported history, is open to the same objections as other instrumental myth-making. Despite the impression created by Roots, during the era of the massive slave trade from West Africa, a white man was more likely to catch malaria in Africa than to catch slaves himself. The average life expectancy of a white man in the interior of sub-Saharan Africa at that time was less than 1 year. By and large, men from Europe or the Western Hemisphere came to the coasts of Africa, bought their slaves, and left as soon as possible. Even so, the death rates among the white crews of the ships carrying slaves to the Western Hemisphere were as high as the death rates among the slaves themselves. It was only much later, after quinine and other medical measures in
I'm also just wanted to touch on the world history part, but he started more so eating up the whole slave trade narrative. He starts eating that up a little bit more. But I just wanted to point out that what I meant by that, you know, like it wasn't that I didn't mean anything by it. I just meant exactly what it is that it's something that, like I said, like today it's a different way now. But I would argue that it's still a form of enslavement. Like I argue that employment is that.
Yeah, I agree with you on that part. Yeah, I agree with you on that part.
Any form of it, even anybody that they make that have to build buildings and all of that being forced, you know.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Like
even though I got my own business, I'm still a slave to my kids because I work for them. Yes. Go ahead. I agree, sis, when it comes down to that. But see, that's why I say, you know, I didn't hear you.
My bad for the mic problem. Because then if you would have heard me, then maybe we wouldn't have had that whole little disagreement.
Right. Because I was like, damn, sis, we got to know the difference between chattel slavery and indentured servitude. You was like, I just said that. I was like, well, damn, I didn't hear you. But you know what? I take that shit that you give me, sis, and I eat that shit because you passionate. I'm not gonna try to disdain you or try to down you or tell you, nah, be quiet, girl. You don't know what you talking about. Hell no. I had to say, sis, I didn't hear you. My apologies. I didn't know if you said that you was breaking up. And you was like, oh, no, that's all right. That's okay. I said, boy, tell this a damn Aquarius. She got blood in her eyes right now. She done damn near blood drop. That's why the mic start acting up, because you've been done throwing your energy, like Chris said. You've been done throwing your energy through the mic. What you supposed to do, sis, because you passionate about this shit. I you know what I mean? And my apologies for not being as passionate as you when it comes down to this immigrant thing. You know what I mean? My apologies, sis. But you know what I mean?
It's beyond just like the direct impact on what I see in individual cities. You know what I'm saying? I think about the plight that us as so-called Black Americans face all the time. And it's like to see people being prioritized over us. Yeah, that does dishearten me. And I do, you know, take an issue with the way that this is being handled and carried out. Bottom line. And I think that ultimately that's where my you know what I'm saying? That's where my fucking energy, my energy lies. Mostly within that passion and knowing that, you know, our ancestors fought so hard and our ancestors have done so much on this land, and we know that it's our land. That's what makes it even worse.
Hey, Chris, fuck that. Trying to come through. She already came through the screen on me. I seen her face to face, goddamn. Chris, that's why I was like, hold on, sis. Hold on now. Hold on. Chris, she was already through the screen, fam. Word. You know what I mean? Then she was like, OTK. And that's a problem I got with you because I feel like you just don't care about it. I was like, whoa. Okay, sis. Hey, I ain't got no problem with that. Maybe that's why people, and maybe other people might be thinking about that. Like, yo, OTK don't care about this immigration shit because it ain't affecting South Carolina. Like South Carolina's so high and mighty and shit like this. I apologize for that. I apologize for that. I'm not trying to be arrogant or nothing like that. I'm just speaking for my
Goose Creek. Shout out to everybody over there, for real. Yeah. Fuck all that. Shout out to everybody from Goose Creek. Shout out to South Carolina. Some to my folks is from out there too. So shout out to everybody. Orangeburg, South Carolina, all of that shit. Yeah, shout out to everybody.
Man, shout out to the whole goddamn United States of America. And I'm saying the United States. Shout out to the whole North America, man.
Where you reside, okay?
Hey, Chris laughing, right? Hey, Chris, that's what brothers and sisters do. We don't need no help. Nobody coming in the intermediate because me being a big bro, I know how to take a step back and be like, well, damn, sis, hold on.
For real. Nah, but it's all right though, man. Like it be like that sometimes, and it's all good. I be trying my best to not be passionate. My father said I be sounding mean. I'm like, I'm not trying to
Chris. Chris said, shit, I thought she was mad at me for a sec too. Hey, listen, everybody got quiet in the chat. Like,
wait a minute. And I just had this conversation, and that's why I got to remember, that everyone is not going to feel the same way that I do. So let me apologize for that, OTK, just for, trying to put that on you, because I have to remember that, we are all entitled to feel whatever way we want to feel and think. And
only because we're in different places.
Yeah.
But if we've been in the same place and I'm telling you the shit that I'm saying and we've been in the same place, man, you got the right to slap the shit out me. You know what I mean? But I'm not where you're at, sis. So my fault. My apologies. You don't have to apologize for nothing, sis. This your show. You don't have to apologize to your brother for nothing. Your brother understand. You don't have to apologize to me for nothing. I want you to keep being you. And if you need me to practice on and to keep it, you know what I mean, expressing yourself too, sis, fuck it. I'll be that. I'll be that for you, dog. You know what I mean? I'll be your punching bag and all of that. You know what I'm talking about? I will be that, sis. I can take it. I can take it for real. I'm built for this shit.
It's just, I don't know. It's like when I see this kind of stuff happening, it just makes me think about how hard it is for them to do things for just so-called Black people, and how hard it is for them to enact things to make sure that our quality of life is better. When I see them making that shit happen for other people, yeah, that's annoying. That's not right. And I'm not going to ever be okay with something like that, ever, especially as hard as I work to get my college degree and things like that. And to see people being able to come over and, in a few years, they could possibly surpass me. That's outrageous.
Right.
Because think about the language barrier. Everybody don't speak Spanish. And soon enough, they're going to have to accommodate that. And so think about where the resources and stuff are going to be allocated to and all of that. We got to think about that kind of shit. Mm-hmm. Especially when it comes down to scholarships, money, education, whatever people want to do with themselves, people who are trying to, build their lives.
And that's why everybody want to vote for Trump. Everybody want to vote for Trump because they want Trump to get these people out of here.
We do, man.
Correct?
I'm sorry.
Correct? Or yes? Yes or no?
Man, yeah.
So people only want to vote for Trump to get the immigrants out of here. Fuck all the other shit. Fuck all the other shit. The police can go ahead and kill more Black people on the streets.
He didn't
more
say
Black
that.
youth. More what? He said the police would not be prosecuted, sis.
Oh, y'all gotta listen to that. No, that's not what he said. Oh,
what did he say, sis? What did he say?
restrictions under any type of immunity. That doesn't mean if someone's going to be able to kill someone and they're going to get away with it. That's not what he mean. And he made that clear.
He was talking about the police.
That's wrong.
Yeah, he was talking about the police, sis. He said specifically police officers would not have to worry about going through the shit they're going through now.
No, I think you're misinterpreting that.
All right. Well, I tell you what, tomorrow, God damn it, we got a challenge. Me and you gonna go through it, God damn it, and we gonna see who interpreting what and what when he said that. We gonna do that, sis. God damn it. You know what I mean?
No, I think that's appropriate because I think we do need to listen to what is actually being said and not what we want to hear. And that's all of us. We do need to listen to what's coming out of somebody's mouth. And because I feel like when I heard it, that's not what I heard at all. Like, that's not what I heard at all. That somebody's just going to be able to get killed and get away with it. No. That's never
No. I'm talking about the police. With the same shit was going on right now. He was talking about the police would not get prosecuted. They do not have to get prosecuted. They do not have to go through this shit no more like what they're going through now when they feel like they're performing their duty. So all it takes is for the Freemason Board, which is the Fraternal Order of Police, to deem that this police was in his right mind and he committed a police act. That's a wrap. No court. You might get fucking a civil suit now. You might get a civil suit now. You might get a no. Hey, Christopher, police don't got no immunity. They don't already have immunity.
Going to be immune.
No, they don't have immunity already, bro. That's why some of them can get charged.
Even with that immunity, it depends on the circumstances of the cases. He said that. You're not going to just be willy-nilly. No.
Okay, I bet. And we're going to review that. We're going to review what he said them police got immunity over.
Hold on. Because I don't agree with Trump as giving any type of immunity to cops with his crazy self. Like, I don't know what he's thinking. But like I know what I heard. And I know like you're not going to just be able to murder someone and be immune from it. No, absolutely not. The circumstances of the case will always be investigated. That's how it works. You don't just get no fucking immunity.
Yes, sis, exactly. Sis, you know who investigates the police, sis? The Fraternal Order of Police. That's who investigates them. And then Internal Affairs will jump in later if it goes that far. But you notice Internal Affairs ain't getting into nothing. Nothing. This whole time we ain't hear no Internal Affairs. You know why? Because they trying to catch crooked cops within the crooked division and shit like that. They trying to catch the money. That's what Internal Affairs there. They ain't there. You know what I'm saying? Sis, ain't the only people that got a say so over the police, baby girl, is the Fraternal Order. The lawyer union, pretty much. I'm just telling you now. Now we're gonna go over that. Now I'm not saying that you're wrong, and I'm not saying that I'm right. But yes, we need to go over the things that he said that the police will have immunity for.
We can definitely go over it. You know.
Yeah, that'll be fire. That'll be fire.
Because it's important that we all go over it. Because I know for sure, like, even if that is something that's being posed, you're not gonna just outright get no fucking immunity, bruh. Like, that's not no.
Hey, sis, let me tell you like this, sis. Check this out, right? When you hear the word immunity, right? We think about these people who started snitching on people to bring down whole organizations. They was granted immunity. So whatever they testified, whatever they say that they did, they would not get charged for it. So if they say, damn, I committed 12 murders during this time, they don't get charged for those 12 murders. Correct?
They gave them something though.
because he
you
told
said,
on people. Right,
yeah.
exactly, baby. So imagine immunity without giving up anything.
Yeah, but it depends. Like, but when we talk about in the case of when people are upset, well, okay. So when I think that people are upset about this police immunity thing, I think it's more along the lines of having to worry about whether or not so-called Black folks will continue to get killed at the hands of police authority. Correct?
People, period.
And people, period.
People, period.
But
Yeah,
but,
people, period.
but Black people are in uproar about when it comes
I'm
to
worried
that.
about the damn kids. I'm worried about
It's
the youth.
obviously that point, right? Yeah,
Yeah,
and
I'm
just
worried about the youth.
obviously being in the wrong place, and and I don't even like to say that, so I use that very lightly. You know what I mean? Because we have a lot of people and a lot of cops who make a lot of bad decisions, and honestly, like they are not screened well. Yeah, perfect or screened well. A lot of them aren't mentally well. A lot of them
They
are
come out of the military.
Yeah, and they're not constables. You know what I mean? They are people that are forced on our ass. They are people who are deliberately put on us to do exactly what they're doing.
Right.
And a lot of
right. So we got towns here in South Carolina, right, sis? But you know the towns that they call fresh off a cop's ass. We got cities like that in South Carolina where the people of the community, a lot of them are on the police force. So you know what they do? They pretty much govern a fucking neighborhood, but they got the police on their side because they cousins, them boys, are the police officers. These become some of the biggest people in the past. I'm just talking about past. These became some of the biggest goddamn peoples in the past. You know how they got caught and how they started getting watched? Because somebody who wasn't their color was doing the same thing and he got caught. But this been going on, sis. You got these little small ass communities with 1,000 people in it. Hey, listen, man, these communities really don't deal with fucking, they pretty much what you would call it? Sovereign. Let's use sovereign for a word. They pretty much within their own entity because they got their own shit. They don't need nobody for nothing. So it's little towns like this. So sis, you know what I mean? Hey, all I'm saying, sis, it's a bunch of good shit. It's a bunch of bad shit that's going on. Ain't none of them good for us. Point blank to me. And you talk to somebody who done talked to her personally, ain't none of them good for us.
Agreed.
Ain't none of them ever been good for us. Every time any president has been in the chair and we went to war, guess what happened to those people that we went to war with, that we going to destroy their goddamn country? Guess where they come at, sis? With free health care, free benefits, and free of all of this. Guess where they come at, sis? To fucking North America. This been going on, sis. Just right now, it's at a major because you got the illegal immigrants mixed in with the documented immigrants that's coming. So that's where the problem at, and I agree with that. The illegal ones is the one I worried about because they don't got no trace. So that makes me go back to thinking about Griselda in Florida. All that murdering that was going on in Florida, they had a whole freezers, vans full up with bodies with no names, no trace to them. That's the type of shit I'm worried about. Shit can get back to that. That's what I'm worried about with illegals, baby girl. But anybody that's documented, hey man, if they come in to try to get a better life and they document it,
I figured it out.
but no, they don't need to be put ahead of us. No, they don't need to be. They don't need that. I don't agree with that shit. Don't give them. Don't give them no benefits because
DK in California, and them people pissed off at the reparations not passing. But you know, man, every time.
Reparations for what though?
Time.
What they asking for reparations for? For being African?
Yeah.
for being Africans?
I don't know what California. I guess for being descendants of slavery.
Yeah, they stole us and they sold us.
That's what I said. All they got to be proven. That's what I said. But they was mad that it didn't go through. So
Why is it so hard to prove that if that's where they came from?
It's always
it don't take this many years, man. They've been doing this shit since.
They're gonna always have. They're not gonna be able to prove it.
Exactly, sis. You know why? They need us. They need us. They ain't getting no fucking reparation without the American Indian.
Shit.
Yeah. Right. So that's why they're trying to convince all of us that we're slaves. So now if we get on board with that too and say that we're slaves and came from Africa and shit like that, that'll help them push it through. But we're not on board with that. That's why they're so strong on trying to put us in Africa.
Yep.
You know what I mean? But yeah. So
you know what a form but it ain't gonna happen.
You know what a form is okay, go ahead, baby. My bad. Go ahead.
Now go ahead. I was just saying, like it's not gonna work. Whatever it is that they trying to do.
Mm-hmm. They gave us the slave narratives, but don't want to give us nothing. We'll be the immigrants.
Don't want to give us nothing for it.
Shit, they give us the slave narrative, so we already supposed to be immigrants, right? Double X, I don't agree with that, but we already supposed to be immigrants. So that's why I'm why is it so hard to get reparations? It's so hard to get the immigrants. So apparently something is fucked up in the story. You feel me? Double X, something, Frank Nitty, something got to be fucked up in the damn story to where these immigrants can come and get it, but the FBA and all that, they can't get it. Why y'all can't get it? It got to be a loophole why they can't get it, because they can't prove who they are.
They never have. And that's why all of these readings and stuff be so confusing for so many people. You know what I'm saying? Because it's like most of these readings, I feel like, explore what these people were trying to scientifically research and figure out, and connect us to Africa, without real validity or proof.
Mm-hmm.
Outside of the way that they felt like we acted. Yeah, I find that vague and weird. And this is the type of research that y'all went off of to determine our origins.
They didn't never think we would have find out, sis.
No.
They didn't never think the age of information was going to come out. They didn't think that. They thought they was going to keep hiding it. Remember, they said to hide something would be in a book, right? So they already know motherfucker didn't like to read, but now they done fucked up and created this shit called the World Wide Web, where motherfucker ain't got to read. They can just listen to somebody else read.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, XX Frank Nitty, that's a great point. They read the damn Constitution.
What's good? What's good, y'all? Salute. What's going on?
What's going on? That's crucial, Frank Nitty. They read the Constitution. That is serious.
Yeah, the shit they.
Damn, Frank Nitty. I ain't even. Oh, on the panel. Damn, what's going on? Peace to you, man.
How y'all doing? Peace. So, all the shit they doing is unconstitutional, man. All this shit they doing is unconstitutional. Right. Plain up, point blank. Right. They redid it. You know what I'm saying? This is probably Reconstruction era again. That's how that works. Everything, you see what I'm saying? They're not going by any kind of, for example, any kind of constitution. For example, Kamala Harris wasn't picked. Kamala Harris was put there, right? You don't take another candidate's delegates like that. They don't inherit the delegates. It's not how that works. They just gave her Joe Biden's delegates and everything. It don't work like that. You see what I'm saying? It was supposed to be a runoff or some kind of race or her debating somebody. The people were supposed to pick. You see what I'm saying? That, for example, right there is unconstitutional. You know what I'm saying? Trump talking about peace. That's my boy Shaq. That's my boy Shaq right there. You know what I'm saying? So Trump, that's Shaq Waller right there. Yeah. But look,
that's my dog.
This,
that's
this
my
whole thing
dog.
is
We
not.
know Shaq.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. He's the one that put me up on you. I'm gonna keep it 100. So look, I'm
Oh,
from
okay.
New York, right? But I'm in Cali. You know what I'm saying? I've been in Cali for a minute, but I'm actually from New York, from Queens, right? So you know, I already know coast to coast. I already know how this thing is going. But for example, you see what I'm saying? This is a foreign government, man. Everything's ran by foreign government, foreign entities. That's, for example, we don't have no beef with China because China owns a lot of stuff in the U.S. and a lot of stuff from the U.S. comes from China. That's cap. A lot of this stuff is cap. Don't believe it. You see what I'm saying? A lot of this stuff, like I said, is foreign government. For example, the prison industrial complex, is nothing. That's foreign investors. The Federal Reserve, that's foreign investors. Why would you? How treasonous is that? And the only person that can stop the Federal Reserve is Congress. I wonder why Congress never did that, right?
They're a foreign entity too, because they're foreign too, bro. Because they fucking
Congress
foreign
treason.
too.
Treason, man. We got to, you know what I'm saying? That's the thing. And this whole reparation thing, that was sabotaged because Gavin Newsom, they try to front, and it was one of them Democratic Congressional Black Caucus dudes. They try to bluff us, but then try to front like they was gonna bluff Newsom, but then didn't even put on Newsom's desk talking about Newsom wasn't gonna pass it anyway. So there was a Hispanic dude, Republican, I forget his name. He brought it back on the floor, and the Republicans is clowning right now, like
Republican, right? But that was a strategic move, bro. He already knew the Democrats was going to shoot it down, but the Democrats were steady blaming it on the Republicans the whole time. He already knew they was going to shoot it down. That was strategic.
Very strategic, man.
Politics is always chess now. Politics is all fucking chess. That was strategic what he did. He already knew they was going to shut it down, and he put the blame on them. And what happened? The fucking Democrats shot it down. Now they can no longer blame it on the Republicans now.
Man, facts. But see, the thing
that was a game.
That was just like, okay, what else is the strategy too? Another strategy was how Trump he did that First Step Act and freed a lot of people that Joe Biden put away. You see what I'm saying? Some of those see the news and all that didn't talk about that. The mainstream media, that's not their job. The mainstream media job is to keep you coerced and to tell you the disinformation that they want to tell you. That's just how that works. You see what I'm saying? So so Trump was smart. That was a clever plan. Boom, First Step Act, bam, I free a gang of people. Some of the people was just some bullshit random motherfuckers. Some of them were celebrities, like I guess Kodak Black. But Harry O too, I think. So the thing is, but he did free some of the people that got hit with that. The crime bills was no joke. The crime bills was no joke. I was out here. I was in California when a lot of that stuff hit. Them crime bills was no joke. That 3 strikes. Now you had to be in a place like California because that's
we had the 3 strikes. We had the 3 strikes.
Okay, there you go.
Yeah, we had the 3 strikes. We had the 3 strike. We had the 3 strike. Simple, regular charges. 3 strikes of the same charges would get you a felony, get your ass banged. Or we had the 3 strikes law with the felonies that would get your ass life. But let's not forget the 120 a crack would have got your ass 20 years too. Yeah. So the South was going through it too, bro. The South, we went through it too. We ain't as slow as people think we are.
What part of the South you from?
South Carolina.
Okay,
Ground 1.
That's what's up.
Ground 0.
I got
Hell
people
yeah,
in
ground
Alabama.
0. Oh yeah. Yeah, shouts out to Alabama, the Alabamas. You know what I'm talking about? The Mobiles, already established American Indian tribes that was named after them. These places are named after these American Indians. Hell yeah. I already know.
This reparations thing, I think the reparation, Therese, how you doing, by the way? So look,
wonderful thing.
This reparations thing, I think I'm gonna keep it 100 with you. We could definitely go on Jim Crow for that. We could definitely go on Jim Crow for that. We could go on land grants, genealogy, definitely with the reparations. I don't know what the FBI, I don't know what they do. I don't know, you know what I mean? I ain't trying to I don't know all about that. But if you're gonna do this right, we're gonna do this correct. You see what I'm saying? There's a lot of terms we have to take away. Like black, we gotta take away black. We gotta
I want restitution. I want restitution.
Right, but we ain't gonna get nowhere with that black term.
When you done did your time in jail and on a dope charge, a big boy on a dope charge and shit, you come out, you still gotta pay restitution.
Restitution
For the money that you paid. That's what I want. I want them to pay restitution for the money that they done made off of us. See, they going at reparation for the. Don't you know that they gave reparations? Hold on. You up in New York? Matter of fact, you in New York, and Sister Reese, you in DC. Do y'all know anything about the gay reparations?
I heard.
Now I'm saying gay. I'm saying gay because they use that for the little kids. Y'all heard of that program that they was putting the little kids out there saying that they was fucked up in the head and all of this, right? I'm using words because I'm mad right now how they use these little kids and calling these kids gay at a young age and using them for reparations. Don't you know they got it? Don't you know they got it?
Yeah, they groom them little kids, man. That's sad. But where the parents at? Where the parents at? That's my thing.
Complicit.
The parents was in it. Yeah, the parents was in it.
We got this is a different time zone. You know, I was born in '83, man. So this is a different era. This is weird. I was, you know what I'm saying? I was a kid in the '90s, so I don't know about now.
What's that girl, y'all? That go with that basketball player. Damn, Gabrielle Union and what's his name, y'all?
Dwayne Wade. Yeah, she turned her son.
I don't want to get it wrong because there's so many Dwaynes, and then I ain't want to get it wrong and say the wrong Wade, honey, the wrong person. But yeah, I'm like the situation with his child. I almost found that interesting to me because I'm like, dang, we see these things and it's like, it's interesting that in this day and age, even that type of situation is respected over being a so-called Black American. And that is going to be defended at an all-time high over what should be prioritized.
I was saying the same thing the other day, man. That's weird how us Black people, we weird, man. I don't know, not us on here, but these people are strange, man. They put the, you know what I'm saying, the so-called sex, the gay, whatever, gender, all that first. I think that's strange, you know what I'm saying? Whatever you do in the bedroom, like there's no straight and then black. It's weird. It's like, you know what I mean? It's like, I don't know, man. This era, but see, the thing is, the media is at fault with a lot of this. You know what I'm saying? The media is at fault with a lot of these politicians at fault with a lot of this. You got a lot of these politicians like that. They just they damn self. You see what I'm saying? So, a lot of these congressional Black Caucus people, they like that. So they gonna push whatever, you know what I'm saying, for them. Whatever little trinkets and little policies for them. You see what I'm saying?
Fucking right. You fucking right.
Boule. A lot of them are boule. A lot of these motherfuckers in the fraternities. You see what I'm saying? And they put the fraternities first. They either put the gay shit first, the fraternity first, the boule first, and it's all sabotage.
We go at the Black Caucus where I'm from in South Carolina. Oh yeah, we go after them because they ain't did shit. They ain't did shit. We go after them, sis. We go after them. Like, who y'all representing? Who are the blacks y'all really representing?
That small percentage, man.
Yeah, they some of the worst ones, man. And it's like
they are the abolitionists. They are the same one that came out with the slave trade narrative with the boat.
Yep. Walter Plecker. Marcus Garvey.
Sis, well, when you follow that money, sis, you see all these motherfuckers was in bed with each other. And when I say in bed, I mean literally in bed. And I'm talking about this ain't been no fucking 2-man bed. This been a big goddamn bed. This bed went from one side of the goddamn house to the other.
And you seen a lot of that the Harlem Renaissance shit. They got a lot of that bullshit was going down.
Before I get your channel strike.
That Harlem Renaissance, Lena B. There was a couple of them. What's the singer? One of them, a couple of them singers was gay and all that. Man, that was pushing that too.
Ella Fitzgerald.
I forget.
Who you talking about?
One of them, there was a female. There's a couple dudes.
Oh yeah. That. But see, that ain't nothing new. That right there ain't nothing new. It just wasn't advocated the way it is now. You know why? Because they put that hate bill out. So now you can't. Back in the day, dog, you could tell it, man, get your head in that from around me, man. No, you guys get from around me. So they going into their own little world. They know they wouldn't accept it. But now, because they knew it wasn't right. So now, with this shit that's going on now with this hate bill, which is crazy to me, how can them and how can Asians have a hate bill before the so-called American Indian or black man? And you know what? How can they have a hate bill before these so-called African Americans that came over here? They got a hate bill before them.
Yeah, and if they're the model American, if they're the model minority, excuse me, then why would you need a hate crime bill if you're the model minority? I'm confused. If you're doing so good and everything's all good with you and you owning all this shit, why would you need a hate crime bill? You know what I'm saying?
So there we go. Now this is where we got to start looking at all of these shit and start to say, hold up, this shit don't make no sense. Just like when they say Harriet Tubman was freeing slaves. How could you be freeing slaves from South Carolina when South Carolina had a black Negro government at the time? So who was you freeing?
You know who talked about that? Glenn Beck. Glenn Beck.
Who was you freeing?
Who was talking about that?
Y'all look up the Prostate Strait of South Carolina underneath Negro government from 1811. She was in 1822.
Yeah, Dan Calloway kind of put that emphasis on that one right there. That one was kind of shit. That might not even have been real person, low key, man.
Who was she freeing? Was she freeing the so-called African American or the American Indian, or was she freeing white people?
Interesting.
Yeah, very interesting. Very interesting.
They call us indigenous. I mean, they call them indigenous. Why? But see that you notice too. Even taking the slave, even though they're the real Slavs, but taking the slave label from them and just calling it and changing it, and calling it indentured servant. That right there too says a lot right there. You know what I'm saying?
So once you done start taking all these white people from the South and saving them, now you saving them and you bringing them up north. Guess what happened after that? You got the war.
Just real quick, because you just brought it right up.
Yeah, I brought you into it, sis. I'm gonna fall back for a second, but I'm gonna listen. Go ahead.
I just want to read this real quick. It ain't gonna take long, and then y'all can just keep pushing. White slavery as a cause of the American Civil War. It is interesting to note that one of the causes of the American Civil War, also known perhaps more correctly as the war between the states, was the threat of slavery to the white working class in the north of the USA. Lawrence R. Tenser and A.D. Powell have produced research into this little-known subject. The institution of slavery had existed in every one of the northern states throughout the colonial period, and such slavery was not limited to black slavery. White political prisoners and petty criminals from Britain were sold and brought to the colonies as slaves. During the 1850s, the South's plan to nationalize slavery was merely to reintroduce it in the North, where it had previously existed just 50 to 75 years earlier. With so many white-parted slaves in the South to begin with, the idea of expanding slavery to include white laborers in the North moved slavery from a matter of color to a matter of class. Southern politicians frequently pointed out that the slavery in Greece and Rome was based on social status, not on color. They also called attention to the fact that the slavery in the Bible was not Negro slavery. Political materials for the presidential campaign of 1856 includes references to literal enslavement of white people and illustrate the extent to which the idea had developed. The famous Richmond Inquirer referenced about slavery not depending on difference of complexion and the laws of the slave states justifying the holding of white men in bondage was cited along with this quote from a leading South Carolina newspaper. Slavery is the natural and normal condition of the laboring man, whether white or black. Hold up. There we go. All of the talk during the campaign of 1856 about the South enslaving Northern whites took on profound meaning after the Dred Scott decision allowed slavery into the territories. Another Dred Scott decision would allow slavery into the free states of the North. In either case, free white labor would have to compete with slave labor and could not survive because the average daily wage of little more than $1 would become 10 cents or 25 cents. White laborers who fell into poverty could be sold into slavery for debt. As the New Democratic Doctrine said, all that the Northern white laborer requires is somebody to sell him when he falls into poverty. In his book, A Journey in the Back Country, I must have cut some of this off. Oh, hold up, y'all. I didn't even realize it was cut off. Hold up. Oh, no, it's not. All right, anyway. The New Democratic Doctrine said all that Northern white laborers require is somebody to sell him when he falls into poverty. In his book, A Journey in the Back Country, Frederick Law Olmsted asserted, nothing in fact but the enslavement of labor at the North could be in the nature of things, give that security to the capitalists of labor at the South. In a footnote, Olmsted quoted the Richmond Inquirer, while it is far more obvious that Negroes should be slaves than whites, the principle of slavery itself right and does not depend upon the difference of complexion. A series of speeches and dialogues, which included references to white slavery, took place in the Senate and in the House of Representatives in 1860 and give a sense for what Northern members of Congress wanted to express on the eve of the Civil War. Congressman Henry Waldron of Michigan, Israel Washburn Jr. of Maine, William Wyndon of Minnesota, and Senator James R. Doolittle of Wisconsin, and Senator Charles Sumner and Henry Wilson of Massachusetts all mentioned George Fitzhugh by name. His quote from Sociology for the South pertaining to slavery, black or white, and the Richmond Inquirer, quote about slavery not depending on the difference of complexion, were repeated time and time again, showing concern Northern politicians had regarding the enslavement of white laborers. In 1859, Lincoln referred to Southern political power, trying to show that slavery existed in the Bible times by divine ordinance. Whenever you establish that slavery was right by the Bible, it would occur that the slavery was the slavery of the white man, of men without reference to color. Lincoln's own campaign newspaper, The Rail Splitter, spoke of white slavery. An article entitled "Capital Should Own Labor" asks, whatever may be your own opinion of Negro slavery, do you think white men should be made slaves? The same edition included this excerpt from a speech by Senator Benjamin F. Wade of Ohio. Capital should own labor, referring not merely to the labor of the colored man, but to that of the white man as well. A front page article reminded readers, it is not long since the Richmond Examiner, a leading Southern organ of the democracy, said that the natural condition of the laboring classes of whatever color was slavery. Many articles in Lincoln's paper discussed in the insurmountable problem-free labor would have in competing with slave labor, and the specter of white slavery was always present. All right, we almost done. When one truly understands that the politics of slavery had no regard for color, it becomes clear that free laborers in the North and others fought to abolish slavery, not out of altruism, but in order to ensure freedom for themselves and their loved ones. Slavery, black or white, answers a major question that has puzzled historians of the American Civil War as to why Northern whites would fight to free blacks they believed to be an inferior race. Slavery, black or white, also begs the question as to whether or not the Civil War would have occurred if the existence of white slaves had not brought home the Northern citizens that great danger that slavery posed to their free society. The authors do not claim that white slavery was the only cause of the Civil War, but it was certainly an important cause which has been overlooked in academic literature. All right. I think that last sentence was really profound. Actually, that very last paragraph. When one truly understands that the politics of slavery had no regard for color, it becomes clear that free laborers in the North and others fought to abolish slavery, not out of altruism, but in order to ensure freedom for themselves and their loved ones. Slavery, black or white, answers a major question that has puzzled historians of the American Civil War as to why Northern whites would fight to free blacks they believed to be an inferior race. Now, that's a great question. Why is that, people? Does anyone know? Why would whites fight to free blacks they believe to be an race?
Good question.
Good. Hey, sis. You don't even have to ask that question. That shit answered itself within the question. Why? That's arrows right there, not daggers. I'm gonna stop using dagger. That's arrows right there. For real. That's serious right there, sis, what you just read.
Mm-hmm.
Why would they? Why? Why would you free them and then turn around and come fight against them ones when you come down and fight with the North? It don't make no sense. It don't make no sense. A lot of this shit in history, sis, is just not making sense. That's why we got to keep cross-referencing. We got to keep having bills like this, because maybe I stumbled across something that says one thing, but you stumbled across something that says another. Two things can be right at the same time, and also everything can be wrong at the same time. That's how I look at it. Everything is wrong to me until I can find other things that's saying the same shit. But now we just reading articles, and then that's off what they thought, and that's going off their thoughts. But yes, sis, we really got to dive into this. We got to see, why would Abraham free the blacks or free the slaves? Fuck the blacks, because they said the color don't matter. Why would he free the slaves, then turn around and tell them, the people like, yo, y'all come fight with me, man. Hello, let's go help win the South. Really, it was over cotton. It was over the production, because the people in the South was richer than the people in the North. For real, let's be for real. That was the whole thing. But why would you free people, fight the free people, but then give money away to free people? You see? Because at the same time they're saying that they're fighting to free people in the South, they also giving the money away to people in the North to so-called free their indentured servants. But who is they freeing, y'all? That's why we got to keep working. It's a long route, boy. We got a long road, sis. That's why I say I might not see this shit. I might not see it, but I'm hoping that I leave an impact on my kids, them, to give them the choice and the hope that they keep doing it, so they don't have to do all this footwork. I can already put them in the right spot and what to look for.
Yeah, and that's why I think it'd be so hard when people don't, like when I say that, some of like white people live amongst black people, so-called lived amongst Indians. That shit is true. But people don't want to believe that shit, because they believe this idea that we were slaves. But I'm like, well, they was there too, and they, it wasn't given what y'all think. That's all I'm saying.
Right. For one, sis, race didn't come out until America. It wasn't race. It was European, African, or they were saying shit like that. Oh, they wouldn't even saying European, matter of fact. They would say, oh, he's an Al-Andalusian. He's a Spaniard. He's a Greece. He's a Greekan. They wasn't using white or black.
Nordic
started with the census.
Alpine, Nordic. Words like that: Nordic, Alpine, Mediterranean,
right, Celtic, all of that shit, man. They was judging people and calling them by the places they was coming from and all of that, and what the people called them. That white and black shit didn't come across into the fucking census in America, because now they had to separate color from a stature. like what you just read. Color no longer became a thing because, you know what I mean? Shit, you had some rich black people.
They were trying to get freedom for themselves and their loved ones. That's it.
Hey, Denmark Vesey. Cesare, y'all talk about Denmark Vesey was an Israelite. Stop that. But Denmark Vesey, so-called won a lottery ticket in South Carolina. Try to buy
it. From
Go ahead.
Oh, speaking of lottery, we started the lottery with the numbers, right?
Oh yeah, yes. We've been. Shit, how could we not start the number system if we was the only one using 0 first? Come on, make that make sense. Now we started with 0. Everybody else started with 1.
The slavery in the Bible was not Negro slavery. So I don't know why they keep saying
the Bible is not talking about us. Anybody y'all ask who was in that Bible, they are not talking about nothing in North America.
They're not talking about the Creed people. They're not talking about the Creed people either, though. They ain't talking about them either, though. They're trying to take the first ship, the last should be first. They're not the last or the first, dude. Okay, as a matter of fact, if you were the chosen people, why are you doing better than anybody else?
Exactly. And if everybody was Israelites and all the land was Israelite land, why would you have to go and take your land back? Why would you say you being taken to a land that you don't know? All of this land is already Israelite land, so it's already your land. See, they contradict themselves. That's why they had to separate these books. That's why you see these groups separate these books. They don't want to put both of them together, which they don't belong together because the New Testament fucking destroys the Old Testament. Jesus flipped the Old Testament upside down. You know what I mean? But it's all good. I don't want to get into that Christian shit. But yeah, but we got to get into the Christian shit too and the religion because all of this shit right here is fueled upon religion from them.
I don't disagree.
Damn, sis. Imagine if me and you, sis, can go to the fucking Bahamas and we can create our whole story. A whole story. Nobody can tell us we wrong or right. We created a whole narrative. Now, where we come from, they can't even say that we wrong or right because they don't know what's going on in the Bahamas. We're creating our own story. That's what the hell they did when they came to North America. When they saw that they could create and make up their own story and write themselves into history, it was all over with that, sis. It was all over with that. And all you need is a couple of Indian agents and people that look like us who could portray as Indian agents and come who we will chill with and shit like that because they resemble us. Oh yeah, I'm gonna bring all that out, sis. Since you won't go back into this American Indian slave trade, I ain't holding nothing back. I start holding this shit back because I ain't want to hurt no feelings, but fuck it. I'm gonna have to do this shit. I'm gonna have to do it, sis. We gonna have to do it. I'm gonna bring out this shit, full guns, fully loaded, and we gonna have a whole better outlook of this slavery shit.
Plan a whole situation. You know what I'm saying? We'll talk about it on the back end. You know what I'm saying?
But see, the crazy thing is though, where's the ships at, man? That's what I want to know, man.
Man, look.
Oh, the worms ate that. The worms ate the ships. The worms ate the ships, y'all. The worms ate the ships.
And hold up, OTK. It's much better. It's excavated. They can't even excavate it from out the bottom of the ocean. Or what's that? What's
you talking about the Catilda?
Even excavator. You do it, then it's gonna fuck the whole ship up.
Shit, I wanna know how you can light a ship up on fire on the water. And you still got remnants from the top that's supposed to be all burned up in the shambles, but you still got remnants. But guess what, sis? Like you said, they can't even move that shit. So if they can't move it, how do they know that's the Catilda? They don't. That could have been a damn canoe. Yeah. That could have been a canoe. And this shit was all on a bet. All on the bet that I bet you I can go and I can kidnap and I can bring them back. I bet you can't. Well, okay then. But you know what? They try to change the story and say that this dude, Tom, with a Maynard or whatever, he paid somebody to go do that. That's a bullshit. That shit was on a fucking bet.
And plus, you can't just be chilling around feces and shit for like 3 months and shit, man. I'm sorry, man. You can't and pee and all that. Nah, it don't work. It don't work like that.
Yeah. You just heard sis said the life expectancy for their ass inside the continent of Africa was only a year.
You can't even leave trash. You can't even leave trash in your house for a certain amount of time without you getting sick. So how does that work?
Exactly. You can't even leave. Fuck the trash. You can't leave a pot of water or something with water. That water by itself create algae and fungus by itself because of the air.
See, there it go. And I'm glad y'all both are pointing those things out, because I think what people fail to do, and that's why I try to show those professors that really go to this shit and talk about it, because they don't talk about the human side, like the reality. This is the wrong one. The reality, like what's real, what is humanly possible. I find it strange that people have a weird disdain towards real shit. How are you going to survive like that? On a boat, you're not.
Especially not a woman going big monthly.
And even the test. Okay, let's look at the test. Look at the test. Why do they only focus on ancestry tests from us to Africans? Why don't they never test ancestry tests for Africans to us, to the link to us, right? You see what I'm saying? Why is it one way?
Oh, I done killed them. Bro. I done killed a couple of them Congo people who done going to England, and they talking about we trans-African, we American. So I said, hold on, y'all taking the genealogy test, right? Well, why nobody from Africa that took the test can't trace their family back to America? That would be the logic. Y'all should be able to trace yourself back to the Americas, or at least the Bahamas, at least the Caribbean Islands. They can't even do that, bro. So that lets you know that shit is phony, because they ain't no DNS without genealogy. And now they come out with this new test, a genealogy test analysis. You can't do that without genealogy. You got to know something. You can't just spit in no damn tube or nothing and just send it in with no name. Even if you give them your address, they know who the fuck you are, and they're going to give you something to contain to that address you at. We got to understand the people who do DNA, her husband is the owner of Google. Huh? Ancestry? Huh? Husband and wife? Look at the colors of the Ancestry. Those are the same colors on the Google. Husband and wife company. So guess what, y'all? Guess what they doing, y'all? Google is passing information out. That's how they help building these trees. All right, but I'm going to leave that alone. Sis, I got to go. I got to wake up in the morning. Beautiful ass show, sis. I like the fire. The best part of the show, though, is when you flipped out on me. If you would have seen my face, I was like, holy shit.
Hey, peace. I got smoke, nigga. Don't run, nigga. I got smoke, nigga.
Shaq.
I got smoke, nigga.
You got smoke? You got smoke? Hey, you better have some good smoke now, Shaq.
What's the word,
You gotta
man?
have that Buonic Chronic. How you doing, Shaq, man? Peace to you and the family, man.
Man, you know I be maintaining and complaining, baby.
Yeah, man. I've been sending shouts out to you on my show, man. You and Cypher. How y'all boys used to hold it down when I used to go to
What
sleep.
happened?
When I used to go to sleep.
I ain't been getting it.
And that's the thing. They fucking all us. We don't get no alert. I didn't even get no alert with my sister Sharice. Only reason I know she was going live because she sent me an email.
Yeah, something's going on.
Me and Cosmon was on the phone and he didn't even know his brother Daryl Cosmon was live for damn near 3 hours.
Wow. Let me put my email in the back, because that old
email fucked up, Shaq. Yeah.
You know
that old email.
You know they do this to black content creators. I mean, they do this to black.
Man, we got
that's really talking about something. That's really talking and exposing truth. They do it to us, man.
right. So these same people who y'all see travel on platforms together that go against us, they're some of the main ones that's doing it. They strike your shit. They strike shit that you got on the internet. That's why I keep telling people these free PDFs that y'all see, y'all better get them shit now. Cause a year from now, they gonna be done strike them shit and try to get them shit taken off to where they ain't free no more. We see this. Shaq, me and you been talking about that. Like, damn, boy, it's so hard to find some of the old shit we used to have. Like, god damn, I can't find that shit no more. You know why? And I heard them say this on their channel. I got that shit clipped. Oh yeah, I went. Them niggas been using that shit. I went and I flagged that shit, man, and they took that shit down. I said, wow, y'all really doing this?
Some agent provocateur type shit. I'm telling you, man, these cats, man.
I know,
I mean, what's the name? Just to let you know that Joe Biden and them was paying. The administration was paying these content creators even up to this year. Kamala and them was doing it, so that let you know right there.
Yeah. And they watching. They watching. Trust me, they watching. They watching. I guarantee you right now, any person my complexion can click American Indian on the fucking box and not black and African American. I guarantee you, whoever read that application or whatever you're filling it out for ain't gonna say a fucking thing to you.
You know, it's crazy. I be on some of these channels, like some of these news channels, whatever, you know what I'm saying? It'd be like a black suspect, whatever, something happened, or a story, or a cop shooting somebody black or something. Man, you should see the racist shit that these motherfuckers be putting. They don't never get flagged. They'll never get, man, these white motherfuckers be saying the most racist shit on these comment sections. Nothing ever happened to them, though. That's just interesting. It's like, oh, okay. But let you say something. I didn't got hit in my comment section. I didn't, from YouTube, the scoundrels. They didn't warn me so many, oh, you this and that. Oh, this was hate speech. How was that deemed as hate speech? That's hate speech. You know what I'm saying?
The shit I'm gonna fuck y'all up with that slave trade. I mean, a lot of people know. And Shaq already know, because we, you know, that's what I came out on. Sharice know. But dog, I'm gonna fuck you up when I show you how they was taking people to places and then turning around generations later and bringing them back. Huh? Taking people from New York. So say they took your granddaddy from New York. Your granddaddy done going down there, done fuck around and had more kids or something like that, or something. Just say he kept on with a family and he done had kids. They gonna bring the kids back to New York. But guess what them kids are gonna be? Caribbean, Carib Island, Barbados, Bahamian from the Bahamas Island. They're gonna be all kind of stuff. But originally, they stock come from right there where the fuck they brought them back to.
On some 12 years of slave type.
Oh man, dog, we got it. We got it. I got it, bro. I got all of them. I'm just saying, once I do this shit here, I'm gonna make everybody go into their state and look into your state. That's all. Because some states it didn't happen. Some states slavery did, but that's why I try to tell Sister Sharice. Some states over here, slavery didn't touch. You know what I mean? But yeah, working, yes, I agree with that. Yeah, so she called that slavery. I didn't hear when she separated and ditched her servitude from laboring. I didn't hear that because her phone was, her mic was breaking up. So yes, chattel slavery and indentured servitude. But yes, it is a big difference. And boy, listen, indentured servitude is all over. Yes, I agree with that. That what makes the world go round. Indentured servitude, regardless, even if you indentured to your goddamn self. Because I work for myself and I pay myself. I'm on my own payroll. I write my own self a check every week. You know what I'm talking about? No different than somebody owning a record label and they the artist on their record label. They sign themselves. That's what I did. You know what I mean? So, but yes, sis, you absolutely correct. That indentured servitude labor force did happen everywhere. It did happen everywhere, but the chattel slavery part didn't happen everywhere.
No.
A lot of that shit was exaggerated because if all these people was in so-called chattel slavery, how the fuck can you get out of chattel slavery and own 300 acres of land?
Hey, I dropped that link on damn, what channel was we on the other day? Was it Smoke Signal channel? No, it was Big Dog Philly OG. I dropped a link to the 1724 Christian Black codes, South Carolina. That's how he was putting people into chapel because of that those codes.
Oh yeah, and that led up to the 1740 Black slave codes.
Yep.
Yes, my brother, you're absolutely correct. See, we got to remember everything started over a holy war. When shit was going on over here, everything that was going on over here was affected by what was going on over there, and everything that was going on over here affected what they was going through over there. So we was really the financial support for these motherfuckers to stay at war with each other over there to get in power. That's why when that shipwreck in 1715 with the Spanish gold and the Queen's jewels or whatever, shit like that, that fucked Spain up. They no longer had power. Huh? So that let you know we was funding it. They was coming here minting their coins and then taking it back to where they was at. Now, if Africa was a gold coast, why would they have to come all the way to South America and North America to mint gold coins and to get these resources if all of that shit is already in Africa, y'all? That they already got colonized? I mean, just make this make sense, y'all. They say Africa got everything. Why do they need to come here? All of them had a foothold in Africa. The French, the Dutch, the British, the English, the Spanish, the Portuguese, all of them had spots in Africa. The Ottomans, the Arabs, you know, all of them. Why did they need to come here? So it ain't shit that they got over that motherfucker that they was bringing to us to trade. They wasn't doing no trading. The only thing they was fucking trading was labor force for fucking goods and taking that shit back to them. We saved their ass. They was just coming out of the dark ages in 1492, y'all. Every 6 years, it was a fucking plague in Europe, dog.
Them dark ages, man. Dark ages.
Oh man, listen, man, you got you the Black Plague, man. Listen, every 6 years, they say every 6 years it was a plague that broke out in Europe, dog. That was killing off the population.
Hey, would that been the time where they say life expectancy was like less than 30 years or something like that? 35 years, 24 years or something?
Okay. The normal king. What king you know lived to live old over there? Either he got murdered or he died somehow. How old did these motherfuckers live? These motherfuckers didn't live over 30 something.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Over 30 something.
Yeah.
35 probably was like the max at one point.
Right. Dying from natural causes. They don't even know what the fuck going on. Natural famine, motherfucker. Y'all eating nuts and berries.
Now they eating all that damn fish and getting them. You know what I'm saying? They say them niggas ate them. Boy, how you gluttonous? And you eat all the damn. You know what I'm saying? Fish off the damn.
Yeah. That's too much mercury there. Too much MSG. Yeah, that's too much mercury. And you get iodine poisoning, you get mercury, all that will shut your body down. Definitely. Definitely. And I'm a seafood ass nigga from the seafood state. Boy, them boys love crab and shit. I can go. Man, all I gotta tell y'all, man, y'all need to plan to come to COTK, Charleston, South Carolina, go Goose Creek. Man, y'all come, dog. I will take y'all to the beaches. I will take y'all where we can literally take a fucking pole, tie a knife on the end of the pole, and we can spearfish flounder. Standing up. Standing up, bro. Oysters. We'd be able to put on rubber boots, rubber gloves, and we'll walk right there in the sandbank, a little bit in the water, and we'll pluck our own oysters, bro. Oysters, clams, all of that. Any type of mussels, we'd be able to pluck them bitch ourselves.
See, that's dope.
That was one of our major lifelines, man. We lived off the water and agriculture. We got great soil here. Everything go here. everything. We got a college, Trident Technical College. They teach a school there called horticulture, agriculture class there. When I went there for this class, when I was in landscaping, the boys paid for me to go. So when I went there to get the certificate or whatever, dog, don't you know this college has every plant and every fruit that grows in South Carolina? And damn near all these plants and fruits are from bottom parts of Virginia all the way down to fucking Florida. You see the same plants, the same fruits. Now, we know nobody in New York was eating oranges in the 1950s. Remember when the mobsters fuck around and went to Florida and they came back with the oranges? They was like, what the fuck is that? They was like, man, these Florida oranges.
You know what?
So
That's another reason why life expectancy was low. Because low in vitamin C and vitamin D, man. Talk about it.
Too much sun was killing them. Every year, the Europeans had to leave South Carolina and go to Europe, or either to go upstate towards North Carolina where it was cold at, because where I'm at right now, those motherfuckers will die off during the summertime.
Hey, who's
Oh, my bad. What happened, sis?
do y'all hear that? Is that someone's mic? All right.
Oh, is that my mic? What it sound like?
No. Probably was mine, man. That mean telling me to get my ass in this damn house. I'm steady pacing back and forth by the damn door. You know what I mean? I'm going to be mad as a bitch tomorrow at work. I'm going to be like, God damn it, Sharice.
My bad, shit. I'm gonna get ready to shut it down anyway.
Yeah,
Shoot.
when I cut that fucking water on the blowout and I see that pressure, I'm gonna be like, God damn it, you should have been in front of this damn water, because you should have. Boy, you should be out here with me right now, feeling this pain.
The email in the back, man, if you screenshot and snap it before you shut it down.
Oh, yeah. Sister Sharice, you got that email, right? I can't write it down. I don't know how to screenshot Shaq.
It's all right.
Playing, nigga. This nigga is
Sharice.
What?
He said stop playing.
Hey, Shaq.
What you had tell me earlier, Sister Sharice? You said, OTK, you can't screenshot that and send it to me. I said, shit, how you screenshot? You got an iPhone in it? No. I can't have no iPhone in my line of work. That should have cost me too much money, man. I run through at least 3 phones a year from dropping in water, mud. I be damn near underground. You know what I mean? With some shit.
Hold on. You don't know how to screenshot for real, or you just put my leg? Stop playing.
Nah, I know how to screenshot, dog. I'm just tripping. Yeah, I can easily touch the screen with 3 fingers, just take a screenshot. I'm just tripping, dog. This fucking Shaq believe it, dog. Shaq about to say, ain't no way this motherfucker that smart and he that dumb. Shaq, we gonna eat that shit up.
No. Look here. I'm gonna tell you. No, I'm not gonna put that past you. That's why I gave you, because look, bro, what's this? Long as I had a phone, cell phone, whatever, bro, I didn't know nothing about the damn the voice message, man.
Wait, what?
Huh?
Like the text voice message?
Yeah, I didn't know nothing about that. I promise you. Until like last year sometime. I be sitting to my daughter and shit, man. They be laughing at me there.
Hold on, you talking about the text to talk?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. The voice message and the text message. You just hold down the mic and you can talk. Hey,
Shaq, I ain't even gonna say nothing with that, Shaq. I'm gonna leave that shit alone. Damn, boy, this a fucking gazillipede, boy. Damn.
Hey, y'all got that? I'm looking for somebody with some deer sausages or some deer burgers, man. What's good?
Motherfucking gazillipede. This a fucking gazillipede right here. Oh yeah. Hold on, I got the shit.
Sharice, you got them deer sausages up there, man? Or some deer burgers?
Look at this fucking gazillipede.
Oh shit.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, you see how long that motherfucker is? That's a gazillipede. That bitch got a zillion legs. Burgundy is a motherfucker. Look at all the fucking legs he got.
God,
Keep your ass still.
what is you doing?
Nothing, just showing y'all like all crazy fucking wildlife. This
No,
bitch just came out.
I'm tripping off none of your business over here. The comments. She said they ate pigeons.
Oh yeah, sis be going in. I love
You know,
sis be going in. Hey, listen, I love her opinions. I love her opinions. That's why I say, sis, you don't have to apologize about shit you say to me. I can deal with it. I'm not gonna get triggered by that. That's just gonna make me learn how to, you know what I mean, bring it a little differently so I can be clear. But I'm glad you told me that, because if you see that and you rock with me, then damn, I can only imagine what people who don't rock with me see when I be saying the shit I see. So I'm about to fall the fuck back on this goddamn shit about these immigrants. Word, I'm gonna just sit back and listen. I'm gonna fall back.
I'm gonna keep it real though. Some of it seems kind of staged though. Some of it seems like the government done
Hold on. Look, y'all, just that quick, that motherfucker gone. I don't even know where the fuck he went at that quick. I turned my back and this bitch gone. I'm serious. I bullshit y'all not. Where the fuck he going at?
What's going on if he went on into nature?
Shit.
Hey, OTK.
I would have eat his ass if he was all I needed to eat. I would put his ass over a fucking fire. His ass can go get eat. That's some of the healthiest shit. Vitamin shit that don't eat other animals is some of the healthiest shit to eat. Nobody don't like deer. Venison. It's crazy. One of the most healthiest animals on this earth. Oh yeah, Shaq. Now I can. My bad, Shaq. Go ahead.
Oh, okay, yeah. No, I asked you about the deer. That's what I'm saying. Do you got anybody got the link with the deer sausages or deer burgers, man? That's what I want.
Bro, it's hunting season right now. Full blown hunting season. August 16th started the beginning of hunting season, dog. August 15th. The beginning of hunting season, cuz. Dog, these boys drop damn near 10 to 12 days a week. Word. Everybody right now in the community, and these brothers go around, you know what I mean? I'm gonna do a live one. I'm gonna do a live one where we cleaning the deer. I'm gonna do a live show when we cleaning the deer and just show you. We're gonna hang that bitch on the tree and we're gonna clean it. And you know what I mean? We're gonna show you how we cut up the meat. And you know, I also, yes, we do got processors that turn the deer sausage, all of that, bro. Hell yeah. This one of the most healthiest animals out. Don't eat no meat. Only vegetables and goddamn plants. Well, plants. Vegetables come from plants too. But only plants. And this motherfucker is the most leanest animal on one of the leanest animals on the planet. Excuse me. But you guess what, y'all? You cannot buy Venice out the store.
Interesting. You already know that.
Huh?
Well, why is that though? Explain why you think that is.
I just told you why.
Eat the garbage.
They're the most healthiest animal it is.
I want you to eat the garbage. You gotta say it like New Yorker garbage. You know what I'm saying?
Oh my bad. Okay.
Word. I said they want you to eat the garbage. That's why. You know what I mean?
Garbage. Oh yeah, garbage.
No,
garbage.
That's what keep you 100. That's what they want. You know, they want you to keep eating unhealthy, and they put all this bullshit. See, that's why they got the little apps and shit now. The little readers you can start reading like the shit before you buy it now. Crazy, man. They do this on purpose, man. It's all forms of population control. But see, this is my thing too.
Yeah.
They complain about this and that, but you bring in all these migrants from all these other countries. How does that work? You see what I'm saying? Y'all talk about population control and the population is too much, but y'all making robots. How does that work?
Oh, you know what that's going to do, baby boy? You know what that's going to do? That's going to really promote these GMOs. Because they're going to have to. Remember now, that's the whole purpose of GMOs coming out, because there wasn't enough food. There wasn't enough food being in the stores. Remember, during this time this epidemic hit, we ran out of chicken in stores. I don't know if that hit y'all, but we was running out of chicken in the South. How can the fuck you run out of chicken in the South when we got we got plenty of fucking chicken farms here?
And guess what? Eggs are going back up again.
Oh man, them shit been going up. Milk fucking $5 a gallon now. Shit. Milk like gas. You gotta pay gas. You gotta put gas in the gas tank just to feed the baby, boy. To get a baby some milk.
It's crazy, man.
Shit is crazy. I'm just telling y'all, man. Plenty chicken factories out here. My brother got six hens and one rooster. And that 6 hens ain't enough for that one rooster. That motherfucker need damn near 12 hens himself.
Damn.
Hey man, why duck got so much fat to him?
A duck got so much fat?
Yeah. Grease. My bad. The grease to come off the duck. The fat, the grease.
That would have to do with their skin. Yeah, that would have to do with their skin. Yeah, that's a good question though. You know what I mean? Because motherfucker used to use bear grease, bear fat and shit to fry. That was grease.
Dang.
But let me leave that shit alone, man. Let me stop. That's what the boys call me, pseudo.
Pseudo.
What the boy call me pseudo because they don't know nothing about bear fat grease and shit like that, man. But yeah, man. If y'all remember lard?
Oh
yeah, I remember lard. Yeah.
Okay, all right. That's bear fat grease type shit. That's lard. Remember what we could have do with lard? We could have used that motherfucker, and we could throw it right back in that same goddamn container, and what it's gonna do? Turn back into that fucking solid state. So we dealing with something that has a compound in it to turn it from a liquid when heated, but back to a solid when cool. Or imagine if they had yayo like that.
Right.
See, I'm talking real chemist shit. Cause see, I've been a chemist. I just didn't know I was doing chemistry. You see, with the right mixture, you had to make the right mixture, or you will fuck the whole thing up. This been my you know what I mean, my fucking up the community days. You know, and Shaq, you know, I admit it. I'm one of the ones who helped fuck my community up. That's why I'm out here advocating for my community and trying to do the best I can to try to fix the motherfucker.
Hey, do me a favor then. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, bro.
Raise your right hand up high.
Nah, I'm not swearing on I'm not swearing on nobody.
Just follow my steps. I can guarantee you, you'll be right. Raise your right hand high above your head, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then come down left, close to your eye.
You's a retarded boy. That's a hit list, boy. I ain't boy.
Oh shit!
Hey, I was just talking to Sharice. I was just asking. No, matter of fact, K Glover L earlier, Goddess K Glover L. I was like, K Glover L, what you know about them black communists? What y'all know about them black communists? If y'all don't, it's cool. I do a bill on it.
You talking about Martin Luther King? Now let me stop.
Huh?
You talking about Stanley Levins? Even though he wasn't black, but he was the Jew that was he was like Martin Luther King's handler. He was the communist connection. My bad.
Boy, that's our next bill.
I know a little.
Yep, that's our next bill.
That's our next. You know what? Rosa Parks.
The black communists. The black communists who was the forerunner of the fucking civil rights movement. Huh?
Yep. Hey, look, I seen on the video talking about her comrades. I said, yep.
Saying that word alone lets me know.
Hey, Double X, man. Appreciate you for coming up, man. Frank Nitty, I like that name. You know, I love to study the mobsters, man. Frank Nitty was a bad boy. Frank Nitty the enforcer. You know what I'm talking about? Man, please come back and build with us, man. I appreciate y'all for coming through. Shaq, you gotta start coming through earlier, bro, so you can come through and build with us.
I didn't know the stream. We did one earlier with my boy King BJ. We was on his shit. We did some little political shit earlier.
And see, that's why we need your shit, because we need to know where the fuck you be at too, so we can come support. We gotta be out here supporting everybody, man. It ain't just
I feel
5
on Frank
channels out
shit.
here.
Frank got his shit. He got his YouTube. It says Frank. Is it Frank Jones? Frank Needy. My bad. It says Frank Needy.
Okay, put that shit in the chat. If you put it in the chat, that should always be there. I'll be able to look that up and get it, man. Because we all got to support each other, man. Even if we ain't all on the same shit, at the end of the day, I guarantee you, we got one common ground. We going after the same motherfuckers. I don't care who you is. I don't give a fuck who you is. One thing, the commonality about us is we going after the same person. Now the problem is we need to get this bullshit out the way and find out who it is that we going after. Is it somebody that look like us? Or is it somebody who think like us but don't look like us? Or could it be both? We ain't gonna figure it out if we stay blinded and keep going at each other and staying in this illusion. We got to have some commonality, some kind of foundation at the ground. Like, yo, hold up. Dog, we all got the same problem, regardless of who you say it is. We all got the same effect right now, because when it come down to what's going on with this immigration shit, like my sister said, that shit don't give a fuck whether or not you American Indian, whether you a trans-African, whether you anything else. That shit don't give a fuck. That shit don't discriminate.
That's a fact.
And that's a major problem, yo. So
you know what you don't really see too much? You don't really see too many Haitians like that. You know, you see more African immigrants. Why don't you see them? What's going on? What's the significance? And they just dismantle hate. And then they try to front like they don't know who killed the leader, but you already know who's behind who did that.
Yeah, bro. He paid his way out of debt. Soon as they got out of debt of the queen.
Wow.
Soon as he got out of debt. And guess what, bro? They got a fucking natural mineral that they got in Haiti. That's damn near. Who was that? That was me and you, Shaq, that looked that shit up. That rhodium. That fucking rhodium is like what, $1,000 an ounce? No, it's a rhodium. No, a rhodium.
Oh, rhodium.
That's stronger than all of them shit. This what they use. This what the fuck your boy using on his spacecraft, Stephen Jobs. He's using that material. This is who the Clintons have got a patent on.
Ain't that the shit they use?
Hey,
they use in the Terminator
everything. Yup. Yeah, I know sis about to close it up, y'all. But yeah, y'all go check that shit out. Now that rhodium, after that president got killed, after he paid his way out of debt, and Haiti was now free from up underneath the Queen's rule, he got killed. She died, and now guess who's in Haiti? I'm not gonna say, but you know what I mean. Another entity is in Haiti because this resource that they got, bro. This motherfucker is like what, $20,000 an ounce? But y'all go do that. It's a rhodium. Just look up the natural resource that Haiti got. That's serious. That bitch is stronger than titanium and all of that shit. Huh? This man was about to back Haiti off of just that. And he was only in debt because of Napoleon. They were just paying off the debt from with Napoleon. That's how long that shit took. That's how long they've been paying off that debt, bro.
But you know what though? Because the French got them trees from Haiti, right? Off that reparation shit too, right?
Yeah.
I mean, when they put their trees over there off this shit because they get fed off that what the resources on that at that point, right?
I know them boy got their ass kicked the first time they went to Haiti. The motherfuckers say them boy used some type of voodoo shit on their ass and beat their ass. And Napoleon said, you know what, motherfuckers, I'm coming back. Keep it next time. And them motherfuckers like, you know what? We not fighting. We just negotiate. And that's what split Haiti and Dominican Republic up.
Yeah, I think the trees they got down there.
You say the trees? The trees?
Yeah, the French. They got some of that wood. That's how they make the. Why do you think they got the best furniture? No, I think it's either the French or Italian. One of them. Yeah, they use some trees from down there. Yeah.
Okay.
That's
what they got?
That's
what they got?
That's they was repaying them back. You know what I'm saying?
Maple
that back too. Huh?
Yeah. That's how we thought they was paying them back, bro. But they was really paying them back. Once they found that iranium, that's how they got out of debt. If they didn't find that natural resource and saw that that shit was better than everything else, Haiti would have still been in debt. That helped them pay that debt off quicker, bro. You know, trees, if you selling trees and you've been in debt since the fucking 1700s with Napoleon into the 20s, well, you talking about damn near 400 years of in debt. That's crazy as fuck. That's crazy work, bro. They was never gonna get out of debt, but at the same time, we in debt with the Queen. Hillary Clinton got more patents than a little bit over there. The Clintons got more patents than a little bit in Haiti. What kind of patents y'all need in Haiti? Y'all go look up, man. Hillary Clinton, damn, they got the most patent next to Duke University, man. Let me leave this shit alone. Sis, I love y'all, man. I you know what I mean? Shaq, this weekend, I'm gonna definitely go in this weekend I might do a fucking marathon. God damn it.
Let me know. Shit. You know, I'll probably be on there. You know, I'll probably jump in and out. Shit.
Yeah, I got your email now. And man, XX, man, I'm gonna come and check you out, bro. I'm gonna definitely come and check you out. Indigenous Minds. Hold up. Indigenous Minds say he gotta build Negro Soviet Republic. Oh shit. Uh-oh, the communists. The black communists. I'm trying to tell you. Boy, we about to blow this thing up. We about to blow this thing open.
Was Garvey one?
Was Garvey what? Was Garvey what?
Communist.
Yes.
Uh-oh.
The fuck you mean? The KKK was funding him.
Yeah, they was.
The communist thing was funding him, bro. You know why?
Wait, let me say it real quick. HL. Look up a dude named H.L. Hunt.
Yeah, Lamar Hunt, them boys' family. The same Lamar Hunt from Kansas City that got the trophy, the football team. That's his family.
And he was funding a Nation of Islam. Hello,
the whole goddamn time.
Yeah,
the whole time. That's why when Khaled came out, they had to get rid of him. The secret relationship between Islam and the Jews.
But don't that make sense? That's why they had a pact with the Klan, because they was all funded by the same dude.
But check it. This is why your boy Garvey had a pact with the Klan, though. Because the Klan was on the same shit that Garvey was on. Get the black people out of here and take them back to Africa. That's why they funded him. That's why he gave him his own boating company. But you know what? This motherfucker ain't take nobody back. This motherfucker turned his company into shenanigans and was trading on his own shit. That's why he got locked up. But guess who came out and get him? The Ku Klux Klan. And when that was broadcasted that he got bailed out by the Ku Klux Klan, that's when your boy W.E.B. Du Bois, Booker T. Washington, and Carver, them boys started not fucking with him. That's when they separated themselves. So now they try to separate themselves from this Tuskegee experiment that they had parts of, along with Garvey. You feel me? But they can't hide. We got them. But man, listen, man, this shit here is deeper than rap. It's deeper than us, bro. That's why I say we might not be here. I might not be here when this shit really unfold. But boy, I know one thing. You know, energy gonna still be alive, boy. I'm gonna roll the fuck over, boy, and laugh my ass off. I'm gonna be like, boy, I told y'all. A word, dog. When I'm there, I'm gonna roll over. Huh?
It's reaching. I know. What's going on?
Man, she sleep too.
Okay.
Goddess King Lover knocked out too, man. She done laughed all goddamn day with me on the phone and shit. So where
Yeah.
yeah. So man,
it's all by design, man, y'all, man. You know, at the end of the day, it's all by design, man. It's not. There's no such thing as coincidences, man. Don't work like that. Everything falls in straight lines. You see what I'm saying? All the time. The government plans everything. You know what I'm saying? They got everything. Like going like how they want it to go. Because another reason why they're bringing these people in this country is for the vote, for the citizenship, to replace.
Mm-hmm.
They already replaced.
That's the thing right there from the jump. See, that right there we supposed to detect. Anybody who's a citizenship, who has citizenship, let you know they're not from here.
Facts.
That's the first identifier right there. Anybody who got citizenship. That's when America got applied to other people after 1828. With your boy Webster.
They call themselves they call even the news will do this. They'll call them foreign nationals. They'll never call us American nationals. And they'll call us citizens. And we not the citizens. You know what I'm saying? They're the fake.
And they always put America afterwards. Israeli American, African American. So see, once you put that title in the front, you're an immigrant. Huh? That's why I give shouts out to Shaka Amos. Shaka Amos, he said, I'm not no African American. I'm an American. I'm an African in America. I'm an American African. Because I was born here in America. So I'm American African. But his family's really in Africa. Still over there. His sister, mama, them boys still over there. But I love the way he said that. I'm an American African. He put American first, bro. Because he know that the African people, his color, wasn't the first over here. And this man here is well researched now. I don't care about his attitude or the way he act or the way he carry himself. People don't like it. The information is heavy. I gotta respect that. I respect people. I don't give a fuck if I don't like you at all, dog. That don't mean I'm not gonna listen to the shit you say. You know what I mean? And that's our problem. Personal shit on YouTube is crazy. If we have a problem with each other information, it should never get personal to where we don't respect each other as men or women at the end of the day. That's why I always tell people, no matter what, dog, I love y'all now. I respect y'all as a person first. How you and your family doing? Hope everything is good. Now we can get into any discussion after that. But these niggas curse me out. They say my mama was dead. So I had to show my mama on TV live. It's crazy work. Crazy work, man. So y'all boys stay protected, man. Y'all learn off of what I did, what I do out here, and how they run with it. Learn off of that. Learn off of that. I learned a lot from watching other people, seeing what they went through. Well, I know not to do that shit that way. You know what I mean? So you can learn a lot from a short bus shorty like me, man. Short bus shorty, man. Hey, since Sharice done came back, I texted her to come back and close out, y'all. Hey, XX, I'm gonna be on your channel, Shaq. I'm gonna get up with you. Appreciate you, K Goddess L. I'll talk to you tomorrow, Sis Sharice. I'll talk to you later on today. I love y'all, and keep your light, sis. Keep your light, sis, because your light is getting brighter and brighter, baby. All right, love you.
Oh yeah, for sure. Stay up, ODK, man.
Yes. Thank you guys so much for coming on the panel. Shaq, I love you. Peace to everybody, of course. I really enjoyed come up.
You know how we do it, man. You know what I'm talking about?
Definitely.
I'm always in the bushes now. You know what I'm saying? I just, I don't come up all the time. Because I really want you to, get your shine on. I don't want to, take your light. So I'm gonna let you get your shine on and do your damn thing. I'm talking about.
Yeah, I love when y'all come peek on in. That's what it's all about. Shoot, we all gotta support one another, and that's what it takes. So I just appreciate it so much because I'm getting tired because it's like 3 a.m. on my end. So I really need it.
All right, well, we're going to tap on out. Salute. Peace to everybody in the Chizak, man. All American Indian Aboriginal. The goddamn needies. You know what I'm talking about?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, Sharice, thanks for letting me on, man. You know what I'm saying? Word.
Yes, thank you for coming up.
All right, word, man. For sure.
You're welcome to come up anytime.
All right, man. Appreciate it. Word. All right,
All
I'm gonna take my
Y'all
six.
stay blessed out here.
Oh yeah, you too.
All right. And once again, Cake Lover Ill, thank you so much too. And shout out to all the Aboriginal Indigenous Indians, North, South, Central. Hey, we here, baby. And we ain't going nowhere. So y'all have a great night. Replay Gang should be on some serious business and get into what we was getting into earlier, just about the identity and them contrasting African with it. And, it's wild. But we gotta keep steadfast and, know the truth about who we are. Look into your own family. You know what I'm saying? Like the article was basically stating, you know what I'm saying? You need to look through your American experience because that's what matters. Nothing else. So y'all stay safe.
What it look like, man?
You know what it
Real,
is.
man. I feel the same way you feel about
Word.
I just don't want to
I
rush,
can't
man. I just want to take it one day at a time.
Me too.
That way we reach the highest point of friendship.
What's the highest point? Let me know.
Then whether you know how far to take this flight.
That's what I'm talking
Word.
about.
You don't just jump in the plane and fly and don't know where you're going
Why
first.
not?
Just chill, baby. I got you.
We don't have to run, baby, we can chill. Just keep patient before we take it there. See, you don't really know me, and I don't really know you. Never lived a good life, come on, let me show you. We don't have to run, baby, we can chill. Let's just keep patient before we take it there. See, you don't really know me, and I don't really know you. Never lived a good life, come on, let me show you.
See, you don't have to rush. Baby girl, be patient. Anticipation of love making. Got your legs shaking. See, every time I'm next to you, I feel your heart beat faster. But yet you try to hide behind your smile and your laughter. See, money's what I'm after. So all I do is chill. I'm out here on the grind. I'm trying to see a meal. You never seen this good life. Well, come on, let me show you. You never had a real hug. Well, come on, let me hold you. This life I lead is troublesome. You win some, you lose some. You lost one, then gain one. You want some, come get some. See, everything you want, you need, I got you. Even though you don't know me, I don't know you, baby, I got you. That's just how it supposed to be. Rather have you next to me, never in front or back of me. You look good beside me, but we take it there. It's some things you need to know. We don't have to rush, baby, we can take it slow.
We don't have to run, baby, we can chill. Just keep patient before we take it there. See, you don't really know me, and I don't really know you. Never lived a good life, come on, let me show you. We don't have to run, baby, we can chill. Let's just keep patient before we take it there. See, you don't really know me, and I don't really know you. Never lived a good life, come on, let me show you.
Say if you like me, it's what you want. I ain't about games, I'm trying to front. See something that you want, then get it. Ice cream man always deliver, never late. I come on time. Tell me, girl, what's your room size? Sitting here, watch you visualize. I can't lie, see it in your eyes. Fantasize, I mean you all day, all night. Let me strap your seatbelt on before we take this flight. You know I'm helicopter high. Baby, you know I'm on a wide, baby, we can buy. And that's just how it is. El Blizzo keep it realer than all the rest is. And don't compare me to them other dudes. I act a fool with my tool. Lock it down just for you. You got a man, you can keep him too. I don't want him, I want you. Got a couple friends when I got